Hello, hello, ladies and gentlemen. We are just about ready to get started on another stream where I cast games of Cosmonarchy, cast matches, and then work on Cosmonarchy. We're going to be doing some Zerg changes today. Hope everybody is excited about that. That actually will conclude the big overhaul of the day because that's the last race that I got to update. I got to add the Escozi. That's going to take more than one day. But I promise it'll be pretty epic, especially when we're doing like 3 hours sustained work on them in one stream publicly for all the world to see. It'll go by faster than you guys think. Hope you guys are going to be having a good time today if you're not already, and if you are, then wonderful. As a reminder, we are going to be doing these streams every weekday for about 5 hours max, maybe sometimes a little bit less, and I guess maybe sometimes I'll be like, wait, hold on, let me finish one more thing. That is the plan going forward every weekday. And then, of course, on the weekends, occasionally you'll see some other details. Don't know why my camera is deciding to take a break, but I'll see if I can fix that for you guys real quick. Boom! There you go. So yeah, we are definitely going to be doing these streams more frequently. Hope you guys have been enjoying them. There's only the third one in a row. That's 3. If you want to donate some 3s to the Streamlabs link in the description or in the Twitch panels, that would be much appreciated. I'll go ahead and throw it on the in the chat there as well. And I think I actually forgot to put it in the classic move that I do sometimes. Sometimes I toss them right in there in the description box, but I think I actually forgot to this time, so I'll fix that real quick. And then we will be getting started. So today's actually pretty exciting for the today's pretty excited for the work that we must do here because of the Zerg changes, but it's also exciting about the casting that we are going to be doing. So I will get ready to show you guys what's up with that, because we have a very exciting series on our hands. It's not just one game. It is up to 5. It is a best of 5 between Neblime and the Shambler, played after the conclusion of their run in the Acropolis 3 Throne Room stage. We are live in the match right now. The Shambler is our black Protoss in the bottom right of Blackwater Bastion, so that's, I guess, home field advantage, given his color and the map name. And Neblime in the bottom of his Arterian purple Protoss. So these two were playing Protoss in Acropolis 3, and they are indeed going to be going for what looks to be Gateway first for both sides. But they have elected to play a best of 5 because there was a chance that they ended up facing each other when it came to, you know, if the Shambler had defeated Shopkeeper Dog in the lower bracket, then it would have actually been Neblime versus the Shambler. They play a lot of games together anyway, and so it kind of made sense in that particular respect that we had a little bit of a different story going on there, right? So I thought that was neat. I figured it would work out pretty well as an option there. And so we will see if indeed I am correct about that. It'll be interesting to see this one. I will go ahead and begin the Gamba, but this is a Gamba that, since Shambler remembers this series, presumably, it was only on the 11th, it would be pretty surprising to me if the... it would be pretty surprising to me if he didn't remember this. So he can't Gamba on games he knows the outcome of. I guess he could, but isn't that like conflict of interest or something? Match fixing? Who knows? 2-gate start for Shambler, but it is gateway into Lattice. I do appreciate the follow, Mr. Vilius. Vilius Ravel. Thank you. That must be Vilius LTU. Is it true you're from Lithuania, sir? If so, you are our second Lithuanian player that I am aware of. Welcome. Thank you for the follow on Twitch. Shambler returns home from his scout. We have a Drakadin waiting to zone away the follow-up scout from Neblime if he decides to do that. And the Vassal is already on the way out of that Lattice, so third gate down for the Shambler. Let's talk a little bit about Protoss Mirror. I don't think we've casted a Mirror matchup other than TVT, that one Isagiro Moonhunter game yesterday. I don't believe we casted a PvP yet, and I know we haven't casted a ZVZ yet, so it'll be interesting to see some of that in action. But PvP... Some people have said that it's like a gateway arms race. I think that the way that Ardent authorities can work and the way that you could also just go for like Grand Library units sometimes. I feel like there's ways around the gateway wars. And sometimes we do see that. I remember back when Steven was playing Protoss, Swarmlord was playing Protoss. Obviously not a great ID for a Protoss player. He went back to Zerg at some point, and then he hasn't returned yet, but I'm sure he will, and it will be triumphant. But one of the things that I remember thinking about that game, the series of PvPs between him and Arbuz Budesh, is that they almost always went to the mid game. You almost always saw like Argosy units come out, Didacts, etc. Now I'm going to go ahead and be a little bit tricksy. He's got Gateway, Lattice, Stargate as his third structure, but his vassal is pretty close to being able to scout the 4-gate opener from the Shambler. So we'll have to see what he can do with that. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like Nebline was on the ball here. I noticed earlier, too, that he was kind of idling his scribe. He's probably, like, answering DMs in the middle of fighting Shambler. Sometimes he does that in the early game of stuff when it's not, like, a tournament match and he's not locked in. And even though this is intended to be, like, a tournament-esque match, it's definitely something that I think... it's just interesting watching Nebline play some stuff. Sometimes he just doesn't take it as seriously. It'll be a Bulwark and a Matrix. This is the other big deal that you can do without even teching your army specifically. If you want to play defensive with a tech advantage, you can just put down some static defense. The Bulwark is not like the shield battery. The Bulwark restores shields on a timer to all units in the area. There's no energy cost. It's just an automatic thing. So every time you see that little flash, that's the same graphic borrowed from Restoration, since Restoration isn't an ability in the game anymore, that is something that you will note. As it happens every time, every 2 seconds. At every 2 seconds, you get 5 shields, I think it is. So it's pretty useful for all allies in the area. It does not stack. You can only do one. Matrix has also completed, and that will also restore shields around itself and the targets that it's attacking. So this is an ill-advised push from the Shambler, in my humble opinion. Let's see if he can prove me wrong, though. When he fought against Doglived in Battlement stages, I also thought it was ill-advised, and he still ended up finding a win on this very map. But it's taking him so long to chew through Nablime's Zealots that I really feel like the Hierophants and the Manifolds providing that armor penetration, it really is helping quite a bit. That Gateway also really putting turning the screws there. He's trying to take down the Matrix so that the shield restore is a little bit less idle. And Gladius arriving. I really don't think that Shambler can hang out too much longer. The one thing that is a little bit unfortunate, or maybe it's fine for Nebline, but the fact that his Gateway finishes means that he's probably going to have to bust out this Bulwark at some point so that he can actually escape his base in a reasonable fashion. Units can still fit between this Gateway area. It's not like he can't, but it's a single file line. It's not great if he's going mass ground inside the main base. I guess is all their alternative. Just make more Gladius. Second one already started. Vassal comes back in to scout, sees no expansion. This is really good information here. Shambler can't really add another Gateway based on his base layout, so that's actually really unfortunate for him. He has to build a pylon and wait a little bit, but it will finish up momentarily. Matrix rebuilt. I think it's a sound plan there. And indeed, we have another move, another attempt, a lot more Zealots this time around. Let's see if that's going to be enough. He just decides to shred the Bulwark. Doesn't shield restore itself, so that's one thing that you get from getting a second Bulwark. But unfortunately, the Matrix also goes down very quickly. Another pylon added. Redundancy, so that the Gateway can still make units. And it does look like the Gladius stacks up enough, and the Zealots weren't able to bust through fast enough, so that the Gladius projectiles ended up really coming in the clutch there. And you can see Nebline is a little bit paranoid about some kind of fly-in, maybe an embassy for an envoy or something, but we see that Shambler's just doubling down on the aggression on the one base. They're even in workers, so that part has not deviated whatsoever. Gladius being zoned away. Lucky it wasn't a Hierophant tagging them for the slow. Dracodon instead, just putting some pot shots down. Right about now, this feels like it's very much even between the two players. However, I do like Neblime's position a touch more, as he does have more tech. And his vassal is guarding against an expansion. You can say the same for Neblime's case, but there is, of course, an embassy, and it is, of course, making artisans, and it will, of course, allow Neblime to just start harvesting a little bit more resources. Excuse me. The Shambler is going to try to expand. He'll go ahead and drop it underneath the Nexus. The Ecclesiast will clean up the vassal. Neblime, too busy trying to move out of his base. He does end up taking advantage of the fact that the Bulwark is destroyed so that his ground army can get out a little bit easier. And the Gladiuses will start bouncing up their projectiles. So keep in mind when you see those bounces, that is a unique aspect of the Gladius, where it bounces as long as another Gladius is in the area. So even though both of the other Gladiuses have gone down, this third one is still here, and it allowed the bounces to channel way longer than Shambler was ready for. So most of his army is already dead as the Gladiuses end up falling, and now the ground army can really help out. We do have more Gladiuses coming, at least one right now. There's only one Stargate, so he can't do more than that. But remember, he's getting double saturation on the Geyser. He's going to go ahead and come up here for the same thing in the top left main. Neblime definitely controlling this position and having a little bit more workers, but those workers mean a lot because the Nexus is very far away from being full saturated in the natural, although he will be able to do a nice worker transfer there. Ecclesia Zealot, not really that much frontline here for Shambler. And with the manifolds allowing more armor pen to be added to things like idols and simulacrums, and even Gladius, honestly, it really is making a huge difference here. That Hierophant could have gotten caught, but it doesn't look like Nebulime wants to be too brutal right now. He's fine, allowing a couple of escapees. And finally, we have some Grand Library units being fielded. It felt like he made the Grand Library a long time ago, but I just didn't see other Grand Library units. We finally have an Amaranth. Maybe there was an Amaranth in one, like this big fight down here at the Natural. And of course, Nebulime also going to go ahead and get his Nexus up in short order. Worker transfer is in, but it's also ready for Nebulime. So again, this is where I do think that the tech advantage is helping out, and the embassy for those artisans warping in the resources that they're harvesting remotely, really big, because he's basically on, what, 2.5, or no, I guess it would be like, if this is one base's worth of gas, this is another base's. So he is on 2 base gas. When he saturates his gas at the Natural, he'll be on 3 base gas. You can say what you want about the mineral count. Of course, it's not going to be as impressive until he saturates it, which he is doing now. But I do really think, earnestly think, that Nebulime is well far ahead at this point. Not unplayable for Shambler's side. He still has a lot of production structures, so as he spikes his economy, he can get a much bigger army. But I don't think there's any more kill pressure, and Nebulime has a significant tech advantage. He's actually moments away from being able to access the Ancestral Archives if he wants to bank up enough money for it. And that is a tier 4 structure that makes the dreaded Optecton, which does start with OP, because maybe it is. A witness has arrived. That you train that from the embassy as well, which is the Forge graphic. There's another one starting for Shambler this time around, and a second Warden. The witness will scout everything and see exactly what he's up against, and, you know, just acknowledging that there's no tier 3 structure is a pretty big deal. Now, the Gladiuses are going to get caught by the Hierophants. One of them will end up dying here as long as Shambler is orb walking nicely, but it doesn't really look like he was, and still 3 workers end up going down, so I think outsized impact with no losses. Sure, you took some hull damage, but I think you're happy about that for Nebulime. Making a Potentate, this is back when they gave Ascension, as long as they were within melee range. I think he scouted the Zealots and the Amaranths that were being made and figured maybe he can get the melee range procs, the short range procs of Ascension there. But that almost feels like it's a mistake. I guess he likes it PvP. It does do a lot of upfront damage single target, so it can be used in some numbers to just pop individual targets. Maybe the Atreus is what's giving him some pause there, thinking that he needs to do that. But there it is. 30 damage with 5 armor pen. It's not going to be stopped by anything at this level. And it's reasonable range as well, so it should be an interesting unit to see in action. If Shambler decides to close in, he's giving attack speed for free. Interesting value prop for a unit. We'll see how well Nebulime decides to continue taking it. He's starting to power on artisans in the minerals, feeling like he needs more minerals than gas. I think he said earlier that he enjoys the prostration stage. He enjoys the Potentate as a mineral dump because it's a little bit more mineral heavy. And he's going to add a second prostration stage well within the range of the Crucible, so both of those will be making units at an accelerated pace. Deciding to double down on tier 3 units instead of spiking to tier 4. Adding Exemplar now for a little bit of splash damage, and he will be taking out the pylons that are blocking his path, or at least this pylon here, which is blocking his exit out through ground. Good preemptive sort of base correction. That pylon was placed there very well to block an early rush. It's interesting that we end up settling into a more solid macro game after the back of that. I really did expect it to kind of swing one way or the other. Witness was spotted in the middle of the map and excised by the Shambler. Makes a lot of sense. Nebulime a little bit blinded. Black eye. Still fighting, still functional. Wow. 3rd prostration stage. Is he really just going to go Potentate, man? Is that really how he's going to finish, Shambler off in this game? Well, his 3rd base is going to be endangered, which is good for Shambler because Shambler doesn't have a 3rd base yet. It does feel like this kind of army is going to have a hard time trying to fight into this position, particularly with some of these structures blocking it. And so Nebulime is not at all ready for this. His Gladiuses can help stack this up. I don't know if the Nexus is actually going to go down. Remember, Atreuses do get blocked by other units, including things like Sims. Okay, the Nexus does end up popping, but at what cost? Shambler needs to disengage before the Gladius projectiles get to a ridiculous amount. He's not focusing them down. I don't even know if he can. The Atreuses are staying alive quite a bit, but the Potentates are lasering down individual units at quite a startling pace, and as the static defense finishes up, there's no power for them, so they don't end up helping out in terms of their intended functions, but they do soak up some damage. And that will mean a total routing of Shambler's army. Nebulime not giving him any inches here. Only centimeters. Because he's Australian. I like, too, that the artisans don't even get discovered in the middle of that. We also have some, random units spattered about. They'll escape narrowly under the nose of Neblim's army. It's kind of shocking to me that he's got 3 potentates chatting around. His air army is going to get routed by the engram, which does deal splash damage. You do have to watch out for that one. Oh, you can see it there, just cutting him out. Dracodins and an Atreus do stumble upon some artisans. I don't know that Shambler clocked that. Neblim definitely just going to cycle them away. And it looks like that's enough for Neblim to start cycling back. You can see his scribe that was the initial worker scout all the way in the top right. Nexus and Ardent at the ramp. So he's going to be defending that with a Cantor, it looks like. Meanwhile, I haven't really checked in Shambler's base for a while, but he isn't really teching too much. He does have a prostration stage on the way. And now the artisans are definitely known by Shambler. That's why he's hunting around for them. Doesn't feel like this is going to end well for this Draken and an Atreus, but their lives being forfeit is just fine. If we take a look at what's happening elsewhere on the map, it's a lot of gateway units and a decent number of Grand Library units. The Atreus count still respectable enough to take those brawls. And remember, the Gladius count was reset pretty heavily. So those sustained fights aren't going to swing as hard for Neblim as they did before. Smart for Neblim to just leave a couple of units over here guarding this position. His Witness once again popped in the middle of the map, but this time his army is in a position to maybe do something about that. He has 4 Exemplars. The splash damage against the Zealots is going to be really important. And we do see Shambler moving all the way across the map, thinking maybe there's going to be an expansion somewhere to stomp on. If he goes 9 o'clock, the answer is yes, he can force a cancel, but top right is slowly becoming saturated. We got static defense and a Cantor's coming up. That's going to be really difficult for Shambler to uproot. Cycling back in towards 9 o'clock, he will end up forcing a cancel on that, in my opinion. But maybe Neblim wants to leave it up for as long as possible, just so that he can finish the army off, punish the army. It doesn't even look like he needs to cancel it. He's got a decent amount of bank anyway. And he is going to go ahead and use those Exemplars. Remember what I said about the Zealots? They're just going to pop so fast. Well, he tries to dive onto them. Oh, I don't know. I like Neblim's micro in this particular engagement, but I think his position is so strong that it doesn't really matter. He is able to survive with only 1 Exemplar lost. He's replenished it in the meanwhile, and a Mind Tyrant has arrived. I don't know what the Mind Tyrant is going to choose as its champion. It's Malefactor. It must end up being the Exemplar or something. Finally, a Pariah has hit the deck. It's not from Neblim, though. Shambler's prostration stage is building a second one as we speak, and his third base is slowly coming online as well. But he's had such a significant loss, it feels like, in terms of the general combat, right? Like, it does feel like he's been struggling quite a bit on the economic standpoint, even though... That was a little cute move there to snipe the Witness. But even though... Oh, dead Mind Tyrant. That's bad. Even though they're even on workers, the economy just isn't the same, right? We've got 3 mining bases, and this one is like kind of halfway, denying artisans as well. Remember, those artisans still kind of scattered around the map harvesting Vespine, so... You could look at the worker counts over here, 80 to 81, and think, Shambler's only behind 1 worker, but he's behind so many more effective bases. I don't like that Neblim lost his Mind Tyrant earlier, but at least he has a second one. The Maelstroms were an interesting choice, trying to pick individual units so that his Potentates could catch on, and the Hierophants could also, tag them in the same way. He almost popped the 1 Pariah. There's another one that's fresh, and now Shambler's army coming back in, fearing a potential move out from his opponent. 2 Zealots coming in to attack the Scribes. There's an attempted drill, but then he realizes, I can't kill Zealots with workers. That's impossible in this game. Never say never. He'll go for the reset, but he is going to get bopped. Second prostration stage, this time at the 3rd base. Shambler is known to do that, just to put down heavy structures so that they can kind of help body block and clear pathways. But that was a lot of dead workers, so reasonable impact there. Artisan caught in the middle of the map as well by the toxic sludge. And now a Pariah has arrived as the Malefactor. Remember that the Mind Tyrant's energy bar acts as an extra bit of HP for the unit that has this overlay. So, technically, this unit has 300 shields, not 100. Although, if the Mind Tyrant casts Maelstrom, that will be 100 less shields for the Malefactor, so it's an interesting little tidbit there. The Potentate, definitely going to struggle a little bit in this spot. Does end up scrambling up the ramp, which is more than I thought it would get. Deadly ball of units here, but if the Pariahs descend upon them all, they can splash the ground and the air at the same time. So watch the Exemplar positioning in this fight, because we're set up for it. The Malefactor can help out by turning the tide as well, but it's not quite able to get close to the enemy fight. And you can see the Exemplar's not even really in this engagement right now. A Maelstrom comes down to slow down the Pariah. There is a Sycophant for Neblime. It's a bit tanky. It finally goes down. And there's that Malefactor Pariah trying its best to turn the tide to control the enemy army. And it's getting a lot of DPS in the process. It's still not being focused down. Shambler's micro. He's not selecting the right units here for his targets. And that does turn the tide. He's got a lot of Atriuses and such, but more important than any of that, I think, is the fact that those Pariahs, they stayed alive so much longer than Shambler wanted them to. Maybe the Potentates are helping to turn the tide as well, sniping out a lot of his DPS. A little bit of scuffles are across the other side of the map. We do have the stragglers from this army moving all the way to 12 o'clock. They just find some servitors, nothing really to write home about. As of right now, though, Shambler is in deep doo-doo. Has very few units back at home. He needs to get this Strider army that's at 12 o'clock back home so he can maybe hold on. But I think otherwise this is just going to be GG. Starting to add a Cantavis. That's going to come from the Grand Library in the main base. 2 Pariahs are going to finish pretty soon. Striders as well. A Storm comes out, but it's actually chasing down those Zealots, and it's not really where Shambler needs them to be. Pariah also going down, or not quite. Finally, the Malefactor will be routed, but there's so much more where that came from. It really doesn't feel like, with all the Potentates in the world, 10 Potentates out, sniping individual targets as soon as they present themselves. GG has to be called. He's even trying to liberate his Optecton from the gateway, and that's a funny way to close that game. First match going the way of Neblime. Pretty good match, pretty good PvP. I was a bit worried that the 4-gate would end up having an outsized impact on the amount of time that match actually had to be played. But I like it. I like where we ended up going with that. And as Shambler points out in the chat, apparently, the first games of the 9 best of 9s, or best of 9 best of 9s, might happen today. That's pretty cool. I thought that had already happened earlier, but I guess I was incorrect about that. What version is this fight? This is Acropolis 3 patch. No, before change. Also, hello, Kasuga. I hope you're doing well. I have a big backlog of replays to get through. So we're going to be casting a lot of old games. And I don't have so many new games. I have the Shambler versus I Am the Weed of God, which is, I think, ZVT? I don't remember. I have to take a look at it later. So that will be an interesting one to see. But yeah, we're going to go into game 2 in this one and see what other lessons we can learn from PvP. Because it was a matchup we didn't get a whole lot of action on. Okay, just making sure that that I got the replays in the correct order, because they're dated in a different way, which is probably just like Shambler needed Neblime's copy of one replay or something like that. That happens sometimes. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back in action. We are looking here for Neblime versus the Shambler Game 2. What is going to happen here? It's on Crisis Vector. No scouting for your enemy's base location. This is a 2-spawn map. So, Shambler will be our black Protoss in the bottom right. Neblime, our yellow Protoss in the top left. Perhaps he will assemble the Golden Armada. I did like his... I liked the way that he went for... like the Stargate earlier on. I feel like that kind of thing has a lot of potential. Particularly now, after the changes. But also back then, I always thought, yeah, why not? Why not go a little bit of Stargate action? Yeah, Shambler can't gamble, but we are doing predictions. As far as what you can do with them, yeah, I guess I probably, since I'm going to be streaming so often, I probably should, huh, Villius? I'll think about what kinds of things could be redeemed. I know some people use it as like soundboards and stuff, which reminds me of the old Mixer days, if anybody ever remembered Mixer. I know some of our old heads around the server will remember my Mixer streams. They were some deranged things. I don't think we would be doing that. I don't think we would be doing too many soundboard things. It is quite distracting. Easy money, yeah. Shambler gonna go for 2-gate. Hey, speaking of easy money, if you have some easy money and you want to support the stream, feel free to head over to that Streamlabs link. If you want to support the game overall and you don't really care much about the stream part of it, we welcome your support at coffee.com/Pronogo in week 7. It's ko-fi.com/Pronogo in week 7. Very cool. Or you can just click the link. You know, it's probably easier. Shambler looking like he's about ready to use his 2-gate to great effect. He has a Legionnaire out. He's making a second one, which will be scouted by Neblime's Scribe. His Hierophant will find Shambler's scout all the way in the corner. Such is the fate of all fools. And he's going Gate Rogue Gallery, which was not scouted by Shambler. We'll have to see whether or not Shambler is looking for anything that can bop him here, because Legionnaire into Hierophant is an interesting option. It looks like he wants to fast expand off of this. I think with the Hierophant, you can try to cut out the power of the Kabbalist, but they can swipe one unit and then walk away. And I don't believe the Signify reveals cloaked units. If it does, the Hierophant's a great catch-all here, but I don't believe it does. Maybe he can just try to body block it with his units. That would be pretty entertaining. Then he just needs to, like, double swipe one Legionnaire, and he's through, though, so. It's spooky. Ballas leaving the building. A Barghest is the follow-up, which is... I don't even know what the Barghest is going to be for. I guess it's like for the fact that it scouts, right? It's a cloaked unit that you can use as a budget witness. Embassy on the way for the Shambler, speaking of witness. So I guess he will have detection pretty soon. Kabbalists reveal themselves when they teleport, so you only have a brief period of time to actually do something with them. Now, does he notice the Shimmer? It seems like he might, but he's not pulling his units, right? So there's the first swipe. And then he's not even letting it decloak right now. He's just like, yeah, I have time to get another kill normally. He burns the first or the second attack on the embassy, but he can absolutely just use this to blink over the ledge there. As long as you're cloaked, you'll have access to blink and higher initial strike damage. So you one-shot Protoss workers and Zerg workers, not Terran ones. That was a misclick by Neblime, so he will be punished unceremoniously as the Barghest comes in for the follow-up scout. He did see, of course, that there was a Grand Library and an embassy, and we do have a witness halfway complete. It got, what, 3 workers, I think? I feel like Neblime could have done better with that, but still. I think at 3 workers, you kind of break even, plus you're forcing your opponent to respond to the potential for more. Now, will the Barghest stick around and just sit here attacking? It looks like the answer is yes. It takes a while to kill scribes, but some of them may have been a little bit softened up earlier. And he gets 1 extra worker kill. It's funny, too, because Neblime is normally so far ahead of workers, but because of the extra expansion, the worker harassment has only brought this into an even state. And still, you're happy with that if you went for a harassment route, but you could be happier. You're at least not behind, but you could be ahead. Second witness arrives. We'll probably see Artisans come out for Shambler at some point soon. Defensive Warden. Static defense itself does not detect anymore, but there are static detection options. Zerg has the Khazitra Cesium, which also has another function to it. The Cestus for Terran, with a defensive function and, of course, detection. And then Protoss, with the Bulwark, which we saw in that first game. Neblime used it to great effect to hold against the 4-gate opener from Shambler. It did take a while to riposte the attack and secure the win, but eventually, Neblime did it. Oh, a second Barghest. That's tricksy. Honestly, I would be trying to attack the Cantavis. It does take 12 hits from the Barghest to kill the Cantavis, but I mean, it's all by its lonesome. Yeah, I think Shambler realizes, wait, I need to escort that guy. He's my MVP right now. Second one about to pop for Shambler. Will he even bother attacking is the question. Fast Prostration is going to be the answer for him. Neblime, on the other hand, going a fast Unitary. So we have very different Tier 3 choices this time around. What we saw out of Neblime versus Jack Yelansky on Monday, when we casted that series of games, which was pretty recent, is that we did end up seeing, in my opinion, Neblime practicing and experimenting a lot with different things. So he was doing a different build, a different set of units every game, both in the early game and the mid game. It was completely different approaches every single time. And that's assuming the game even went to the mid game, because sometimes he just won in the early game, right? But looking at the way that the prostration stage is coming out for the Shambler and how it matches up versus unitary units, I think if Neblime goes Unars, he can do a lot in this position. Second unitary as well. I guess it might make a bit more sense if he decides to go like Vibrance or something. That would be more sort of what I would expect from him. But he will be going Asilience. The reason I was expecting Vibrance, even though I wouldn't say it's necessarily a good move, is he's been doing Cloaked Harassment for a long time now, between Barghest, obviously the Kabbalist in the early game, and Vibrance is also Cloak. And great for harassing workers, that's for sure. Going on, Arbuz and Alexander, welcome to the chat. Hope you guys are having a good time. Shout out Alexander yesterday. Filled our $50 a day goal in one fell swoop and then some. So I appreciate that very much. The day before that, it was Jujic. And of course, the subscriptions from Hit 'em Up and Luciferius on Twitch. Appreciate you guys. Hey, it's Hoop Thrower, aka Chum Beck. Yeah, indeed. Installation missions in Cosmonarchy, but what's this? There are minerals and gas. Macro missions. Third base coming up for both players at about the same time. We do indeed have artisans out for the Shambler, but one of them is being heckled by a Barghest. Honestly, I think the artisan could win this fight. I'm going to be honest with you. That Barghest is so low, I'm pretty sure the artisan could just kill it. The Hierophant will try to make it so. There is a witness nearby. He's spending a lot of APM trying to figure that one out, though. And look at this. At the same time, the Asilian arrives. We've got plenty of Ecclesiasts, a decent number of Zealots as well. Oh no, the Atreus was left attacking the reservoir. He hates Terrans that much. Well, he paid for his hatred of the humans with his life. We do have Pariahs out, so that is going to be a thing where, like, we don't have the Potentates from the last game to try to put a lot of damage down, and we do now see switch into double Vibrance. Is that really just off of 2 Asilians? I guess so. But Asilians work in a similar way to how the... if you think about the way that the Gladius worked in that first game, Asilians work similarly, except they fire many more projectiles. So in theory, they can stack them up a little bit faster, but each one only deals 5 damage. So it takes a little bit longer to stack them up intelligently and in a good way. Oh my god. Not another Barghest kill. I think that's going to be a wrap for this gentleman. Yeah, okay. Well, never mind. He escaped. Unbelievable. Damn, Neblime's actually grinding onto these neutral reservoirs. Absolutely draining them for all they're worth right now. On the left-hand side. Big difference between them being reservoirs and geysers. Each return from the reservoir is 7. Geyser is only 5. So it's much more valuable as a result of that. And if you blow them up, they turn into geysers, but at least it's less value for your opponent. And that's what I think Shambler was going for. I can't believe the scribe got the kill there. Dracodon comes over here to try to stop the artisans from doing things. There are 2 Vibrances here. I feel like the Vibrances are going to be more useful as harassment tools, but they can help enchant the shields of the front line if you get them in the right spot. We haven't really seen Protosses try to use Vibrances against, like, in actual army fights. And I wouldn't count this as an army fight. It's like everything Neblime owns against 2 Dracodons. So obviously that's not going to be enough. Oh, it looks like he's mixed in some Charlatans as well. Any unit affected by Charlatans have the hallucination debuff, which works very differently in Cosmonarchy compared to Starcraft 1. In Starcraft 1, hallucinations just died to spells immediately and took double damage. In Cosmonarchy, if you are hallucinating, attacks that are made to, like, attacks that are hit on you deal 50% extra damage. It's like 1.5x. Now, this Pariah is going to be dead to rights here in a moment. Neblime charging forward, clearing the witness as well for detection, not that it matters too much. Where are the Vibrances? It looks like they've been pinched off elsewhere, so they are not going to be a contributing factor here. But those Asilians are bouncing quite a bit of shots through to those Ecclesiasts in the backline. The problem right now is that the shield sustain is off the charts right now for Shambler. He is doing just fine with that. And he's even catching a bunch of units on the clump backwards. Another Vibrance has been made. We've got a couple more units at the natural. And you can see Neblim going to go ahead and try his best to do some heckling over here, but there's no workers, so he's just going to bypass it and go straight for the natural. There is no static detection there. So even though he's losing this Nexus, he can try to maybe sandwich the Protoss army that we've got from the Shambler, although there are a lot of Cantavis. That would scare me a little bit. But 3 Vibrances will go through these workers very quickly. And there it is. That's an outrageous amount of kills. I think when you scout the Unitary Union, you need to equip yourself with some static detection. Otherwise, you are going to be in for some pain. Got to get his workers out of dodge. He's down by quite a bit. "26 worker kills, but Shambler is diving forward, and I don't know, actually with the Pariahs, he seems to be absolutely wreaking havoc over in this position. The natural should surely go down. Problem is that Neblim is coming back in for the flank. This was an unexpected move from the Shambler's army, but Neblim still has the counter, and he's even got a Demiurge that he can use to turn some hostile Pariahs if he needs to. Yeah, this looks like it's going to be it for the army of the Shambler. He went for a bit of a desperation move, as look, the Vibrances have continued to shut down mining in the main, and the natural has not resumed mining. And we've got some units from Neblim coming on in to start heckling this base as well. There's no harvesting happening here in just a moment, especially once these workers end up going down. Neblim still will not allow the Vibrances to go down. He just kills more workers with them. And there's still no detection here. Shambler in shambles. This does not look to be his game. I thought maybe he would be able to do a little bit more with his army, but he wasn't able to crack open the ramp, partially because of that Demiurge, and partially because he was still trying to deal all that economic damage and respond to the Vibrances. The Vibrances. Yeah, anybody want to tally that one up? That is 35 and 34 kills combined. Unbelievable scenes. 69 kills. 69 worker kills, baby. If my math is correct, if that was broadcast math done right. Holy moly. Shambler still does not want to admit defeat, which means we will see more than 69 worker kills, and I just think that's sad. But in our heart of hearts, we know. Zealots are dying too to the Vibrances. Wild stuff. As Dog points out in chat, when you have sub 20 workers at 14 minutes, and you know your opponent has many more workers than you, it's probably time to type GG. Shambler still has a standing army, but 3 units. Oh, Isio. I guess that's kind of like typing GG if you're Shambler. I guess he probably meant to type like 0 eco, but that's a wrap. Game 2 goes the way of Neblim. I'm glad we got some typing in today, boys. Sorry to everybody who bet on the Shambler. Maybe only one person bet on the Shambler, I don't know, but sorry about that. Maybe you'll have your redemption in Game 3 of this best of 5. We are about to get into that territory very soon. Ah, Vilius believed. I guess it doesn't... You know what, Vilius? That just means that you don't have to worry too much about when we do stuff with channel points, right? Because it's going to take a little bit longer for you to get your channel points back. All right. I think we're about ready to get started for Game 2, or Game 3, rather. I'm going to take a quick sip and then get us going. And here we have it. Neblime in the bottom left as our maroon Protoss. The Shambler in the top right, brown Protoss. It really looked like it wasn't brown. It was some custom color, but brown did get modified compared to StarCraft 1, and that's what I think keeps throwing me off. I never see the vanilla colors. Almost never. All right. Shambler, you must redeem yourself upon Kingwa Valley. We'll see if he can do so versus Neblime. We've got a gateway coming up for Neblime and, of course, for the Shambler. What's it going to be for Neblime this time? Is he going to go 2-gate alongside his compatriot? Because Shambler's going to, 2-gate expand in Game 2, 4-gate into Grand Library, into a very delayed expand Game 1. Neblime, on the other hand, has definitely been playing a little bit more fast and loose with the openers. Gate, Lattice, Stargate on Blackwater Bastion, that was Game 1. And then just now, we saw him go Gate Rogue Gallery. I almost want to start a sort of, what do they call that, spot betting or something like that, where, sure, you got the bet on the match outcome, but there's another prediction, and it's, will Neblime do something other than 2-gate? Well, the answer is yes. It's a Lattice, so so far it's the same thing as Game 1. Maybe we'll see Stargate again then. Ah, Vilius thinks he's cracked the code. Problem is, I said it's up to 5 games. I do have 5 replays, but these players are crafty. Sometimes they decide to play a little bit of a different style. Like if somebody loses 3-0 or 3-1, they still play out a 5th game or whatever. Things like that. Shambler going to be going for his 2-gate expand off of the Legionnaire. Oh no, it's a 3-gate. This one is actually Neblime's scribe, so that's my bad. I thought he was just waiting for his money, but he did have an unusually high bank. Just waiting for that extra gateway. Pocketing his Legionnaires, just looking for the scribe. Doesn't realize it's right here in the natural. He'll scout that out in a moment. Hierophant not coming across the map just yet as he's looking for his worker, his opponent's worker, but it just slipped on by. Warden as well. I think Shambler is hoping to move across the map with his units and just go from there. So the Warden is going to defend against the Vassal, which is probably another reason why he ended up making it. But I'm just kind of thinking about it. If he wants to go Mass Legionnaire, which it looks like he's going to do, his goal is going to be to shut down these low unit openers that Neblime sometimes goes for. Especially if there's a Stargate in the near future, then we just kind of know that that's what's happening. Now, Neblime has not clocked the movement. He didn't move his camera over here. So I don't know that he saw that, even though his scribe is in range of this. We'll see if he reacts at all to the coming units. But a 4th gate, he sees Legionnaires popping out of some of these gateways. He should know something is up. Where does he put his static defense? It's a matrix in the mineral line that does impact mining a little bit. But look at immediately Neblime just covers his bases, goes straight to that matrix like it's a bunch of bums around a trash fire, and he's going to sit there and hold his ground. 6 Legionnaires, at best they can kill the Lattice. They really shouldn't try to attack the military, though. Well, he's going to go after some workers. Maybe try to pop the Manifold. That wouldn't suck, because it's a little bit of extra DPS. But the Ardent Authority to block, that's going to make this even harder. And Neblime has more than enough military units to just kind of crush this as it currently stands. So tech advantage once again with Neblime as he goes up to tier 2, and he has a little bit more variety to his army anyway, with idols on the way. And how long does Shambler remain committed to the Legionnaires? Remember, the scribe for Neblime still here watching. Vassal ready for a scout. Now the turn happens with the reinforcements in the middle of the map, and Shambler being very decisive, as he must, tries to tag onto that Hierophant. He's still trying to deal with the one Zealot that's in the middle. Oh, there's a second one as well. Okay, that'll be taken care of. This one Hierophant could actually end up going down. It will! It will go down. That's great for Shambler, because those Hierophants are a huge thorn in his side. All of a sudden, this looks a lot more doable. He can isolate the idol immediately. Oh, he doesn't end up doing it, though. Instead, he'll go after the Warden, which is not canceled. That's lost money for Neblime. He's got 500 minerals in the bank. Needs to wait for a couple more units to come on through, I think. He's making more idols. The idols will eventually stuff this Legionnaire all in very, very well, but he's making 4 more at a pop. I'd love to see him take down that Lattice. That seems to be the higher priority here, in my estimation, and it's a little bit less durable. So easier for his Legionnaires to go after. Needs to see if he can tag a unit and isolate it immediately with the surround. The way that the Legionnaire works is it has to attack a unit for other Legionnaires to be able to, sort of surround it in that way. But he's not going after it. He wants to go after the ranged units, and that just isn't working. Not at all what he needs. We're looking at 10 more Legionnaires, or 10 in general, I should say. He will finally go after some of the melee units, and this is a much better engagement for him, even though he's kind of clumped up for the idols, which are up to a great count, and the positron comes out for more. This is a lot of splash damage that the Legionnaires are not equipped to deal with. They are lightly armored units. They have no armor and very little health. Now massing up. He still hasn't gotten rid of the scribe that's been spying on exactly how many Legionnaires are coming. We finally have some zealots being made instead. Those will move a little bit slower, and it looks like finally Shambler will be aware that there is a scribe spying on him this entire time. Let up a little bit of the pressure. Neblim's the kind of player that if you talk to him at any point during this game, he'd be like, yeah, I'm not worried. I know how to deal with this, even though it looked so dicey a few times. And Shambler has a lot of Legionnaires, but the splash damage is going to get out of control soon. The second positron has arrived. Idols in the count of 4, and he's not got any more coming, but he is going to go ahead and expand. He feels confident enough to do that. One scouting Legionnaire reveals the army size. Honestly, if I see that as the Legionnaire player, I'm probably feeling pretty good. But he hasn't even killed the scribe, and the vassal, of course, is still at large. Shambler adds more gateways. Why not? 5 Legionnaires at a pop. He's actually switching into some Ecclesiasts. He's going to go Zealot Ecclesiast off the back of this. That is a thing that makes a little bit more sense, except... well, I guess there's no manifolds anymore. They must have gotten popped earlier, but there's another one. Yeah, this is exactly what I was a little bit worried about for Shambler's sake, is that the manifolds allow you to ignore armor. They give you 1 armor pen per manifold attacking in an area. And so when you have more manifolds than just 1, you're effectively ignoring things like Zealot armor, Dracodon armor, etc. Now the army does end up getting scouted. He sees exactly where it is as well. Unfortunately, that vassal does not stay alive, so that's a little bit of a mistake. He doesn't scout whether or not there's an expansion. But when you see the army up here, you can kind of intuit why would they be up there if there's a nexus there. And remember, he still has his scribe pocketed, and he does even push it forward a little bit to see. So, Shambo deciding better of expanding. He is deciding on a map with only 1,500 minerals per mineral patch. This is not one of the more modern ones where you get 2k per patch. It's a little bit different. He's deciding on this map of all things to do an all-in that's very mineral heavy. So, he's going to go back down and put the nexus now, but it is within range of Neblim's scout. Sees it immediately. Gateway at the front. Ardent Authority making Clarions. This is going to be a disgusting army for Shambler to have to fight. If he doesn't catch it in open ground with almost a full surround, it feels like there's no hope for him. Scribe won't see that the army is leaving the base, and the vassal did get killed earlier, so there's no advance warning for this attack, but there almost doesn't need to be. I mean, he's adding matrices, the gateway for the wall. Legionnaires are in good number, but they can't really get any surface area around here, so the splash damage is going to help out quite a bit. And there's not really any ranged fire. There's some Hierophants, there's some Ecclesiasts, but they do not have good range. Shambler has staked his claim, his chances in this best of 5 on a Legionnaire all-in that has transitioned into a 5-gate play before Nexus, so we'll see. He's got a lot of units. Cost efficiency needs to be good for Neblim. He has the support of Clarions to spread shield damage across all of the units with those circular overlays, and he's got the matrices that are going to help out quite a bit as well. Shambler confirms no third base. Exploratory Legionnaire sees exactly where his opponent is. I really don't think he can bust this. At some point, he's going to make a decision to go for it, but it doesn't feel like it's the right one. A couple of units stationed out here. He's hiding the rest of his army from that scribe. And look at this! We've got wardens being warped in because Shambler did not properly police that scribe. And now we've got Neblim moving out. He'll claim a zealot, maybe. No, not quite. Has Shambler even noticed this? Now he's going to come around and deal with it. I suppose that's probably why he fell back to begin with. A couple of throwaway zealots here and there for Shambler, scouting out what's going on. I don't think Neblim can attack into this army, don't get me wrong. That feels like it would be a mistake, but maybe he knows something I don't. He's got a lot of splash damage, and the Legionnaires and Ecclesiasts are coming at him in a line, which is not how you want to go here. It does look like the Zealots should be able to break through. Yeah, it doesn't feel like this is the right move for Neblim. The Hierophant's helping hunt things down. The Clarions, at least one of them should go down here. Oh, but Shambler keeps stutter stepping too fast to let the Hierophant actually attack. Finally, it will go down. He's making sure to use his Legionnaires well. Maybe Shambler can actually take this game. What's happening back at home? Just positrons right now. 2 more Ardent Authorities going to come online in the main base. But the standing army is very low. Has the army been dwarfed enough? Has Shambler lost enough units that the matrices can help out? The scribes are going to need to get the hell out of Dodge. Shambler has smelling blood in the water. He wants to use his killer instinct, but it doesn't feel like this is the right move for him to attack either. Both players kind of bungling it. on the decision to attack when they do, but the Clarion is still alive and spreading so many shields. The Matrix refuses to fall. The surface area, not good. So much spread damage. Would have been enough to kill that Matrix had it been focused down, but was not going to be. Finally, the pylon will be excised. We got Amaranths coming, but I think the Gateway Army is gone. Low enough now that it doesn't really feel like there's any more kill pressure. And Nebelheim just has more workers, better tech. Triple Ardent with an embassy on the way, a second lattice, third lattice. I'm assuming that's going to be for golems at this point. Nebelheim likes to incorporate those in later. I will point out that both players are going to mine out of their main base pretty similar timings, and neither of them have taken a third. Well, actually, I say that, Shambler has started his third. So if he can saturate his natural sooner, he'll be on an even playing field. The problem is that I don't think Nebelheim is going to lose from this position. Shambler would have... The onus is on Shambler. He needs to take the initiative here. He needs to avoid being 3-0'd. The third base faster than his opponent is definitely a good way to do it. Nebelheim not that far behind. Still plenty of Legionnaires from the early game. Finally an embassy going down. Shambler has some Vespene. It looks like he's earmarking it for more Cantavis. He really likes the Storm, particularly the Stacking Storm. I think versus ground armies it makes a lot of sense. Air armies really only if you're going against Exemplars and you got something else for the Exemplars to attack than your Cantavis. Underrated addition to the army was the Clarions. The fact that Nebelheim didn't take any shield damage, or hull damage really, on some very critical units and structures in that fight. Sure, he took a little bit, right? But that worked out wonderfully. Capping his ridge in the natural. Legionnaire used for scouting. Sees that the third base is on the way, but not quite started, or not quite finished, I should say. Shambler will probably feel like he's moderately or minorly ahead in terms of timing. We know he's down 6 workers, so it's not quite the whole story. Good that he's watching for artisans to take over some of those bases. A witness is moving across the map to scout the third base. The Nebelheim will know that he's about even in the timing because he's transferring workers over and he has that worker advantage, as we've mentioned before. Shambler is actually pretty good at training workers, like, frequently. It only really drops off in, like, maybe past the 20-minute mark or something. I've noticed him drop off on that, but for the most part, he's pretty good at regularly training workers. That's something he's improved about a lot about his play. Ooh. Wow. That was unexpected. Servitor is going to pop the Legionnaire as a response to that witness dying across the map. But the reason I point that out is that, don't get it twisted, it's not that he's inferior to Nebelheim when it comes to worker production, so much that we would see a 6-worker difference. He cut a lot of workers in the early stages of this game to get all these gateways up. That's the reason why he's down so many. Rogue Gallery on the way. Cantavis is continuing to get a pretty good number massed up for them. We'll see how good the control is. Legionnaire cleared out at 9 o'clock, cleared out at 6 o'clock. We're actually going to see a double expand from Nebelheim. He's throwing down the gauntlet. He's saying, if you want to come across the map and fight me, let's do it. I've got the defenses here. I've got the setup that I can use to defeat you. You must force me to cancel some of these bases. Sure, you can force me to cancel one, but you really need to do both. And this is going to be enough of a early warning system that the Nexus will get canceled, but Nebelheim has the army. He can respond. He can get himself into a better position. Cancel comes out. Other one's still good. Halfway complete. This army could maybe try to go down and go for a cancel, but... Well, I said Shambler was good at making workers. I did not necessarily say that he was good at tasking them, so... Just keep that one in mind. $12 o'clock going to be where Shambler chooses to go with his 4th base. 3 o'clock is being guarded by servitors and observed by a witness, which is now moving over. Meanwhile, we see a little bit of a static defense setup at the 6 o'clock base. Yeah, so the scribe over here is going to be scouted out by that witness, but we see that there's no expansion there yet. 2 unitary unions. 2 can play at that game, says Shambler. I'll make vibrances and beat you that way. It's got a pretty nice concave here, but I really fear about the positron count. It's so many positrons, and the splash damage is going to be off the charts. Sure, you got a lot of ecclesiasts, but they can't heal themselves. They're not close enough. There's the storms, finally. That's what we needed to see. This slow-moving eraser moving through the ground army and making sure that a lot of them end up going down, but reinforcements coming on in. And golems, they shrug off Psionic Storm, eat it for breakfast, and spit out the leftovers for the rest of the crew to enjoy as shield points. Looks like these Cantavises are not long for this world, and the reinforcement count is mostly Zealots. Doesn't suck normally, but look at the positron count. Dude, there's too many. A Didact has been emerging as well. So whatever you got, cut it in half, because it's going to get stasis. I don't think he's got enough time to get his Asilients up and running. And even if he did, the stasis field would take him out of commission regardless. Not looking good right now for Shambler. I will say, in the games where he's opened with like some kind of heavy pressure / all-in, game 1 and game 3, he has forced the game to go a longer distance, and he has done some good moves with his army. Crisis Vector was maybe the least convincing option, and that was the one where he played a little bit more standard, a little bit more conservatively even. Some static defense coming up, but it's 30 seconds for those to get operational. Nebula, I'm content to let him have the time. He's taking a 5th base and shutting down 12 o'clock as an attempt. Of course, we see that those servitors are still at large. And the Didact coming in. There is, of course, a Warden. There's the channel. Gonna take a while before the recall actually channels, and he's only getting positrons. I guess that must be intentional. It's not it's a drop with the Didact instead of being something else. And so it is a big distraction as the unitary unions themselves are besieged. Talk about timing. That's an expensive distraction, but it works wonders as both unitary unions are going to be pummeled into dust, and Nebulum can just walk away before the storms can do enough damage. I think he lost a positron, an ecclesiast, a couple golems, a couple manifolds, and he killed 2 tier 3 structures, sending Shambler back into the mid-game. Tail between legs. And I can already tell, if Nebulum was co-casting this game with me, he would say, "And Shambler, that's why you don't put your unitary unions out there." He doesn't sound quite like that, but you know. Maybe if for perfect Nebulum impression, I have to have a little bit of food in my mouth. Just a little bit. Double Didact. More effective than a single one. Book itself. Shambler does have a lot of artisans up in this base, which is kind of clever. I appreciate that nobody has anything over here. I mean, the vassals are guarding the island bases, which makes sense, but the witness for Nebula, I'm seeing the ground army. He can just sandwich this position, but he doesn't need to. Shambler is going for an Ancestral Archives. He has remade a Unitary Union. I'm not quite sure where. Oh, in the Natural. So he's going to make Vibrances, and double Ancestral is his gambit here. Maybe, just maybe, he can find some value. The Didact's pocketed. They'll wait for another opportunity when there's not some pressing issues to deal with. Dude, look how tanky golems are. See ya. We do have charlatans that were added at some point from this rogue gallery, which does make a lot of sense. Patriarchs. I don't think Shambler can afford up Tectons right now. They're very expensive units. And he is only on 3 bases. There's the double Didact. It's recalling the whole army. Nebula, I'm not quite on top of sending it back forward, but this is going to be a big problem. Artisans clearing out the vassal so that they can go over there in the island instead, but I don't think it matters right now when you've got to have your whole army move up over here to try to deal with this recall. I mean, they can depower the Ancestral Archives and clear out all the workers, so this is a real big problem, especially as the bulk of Nebulum's army is moving over here to attack the 3rd base, which is the only one that's not depleted right now. Patriarch does end up finishing. The pylons stay alive. Workers also manage to escape a lot of the hell, but man, this looks dire. Shambler's final stand, and he's making an Archon and a Vibrance, but a Monument of Sin has started back in Nebulum's base. If Shambler doesn't leave the game soon, it's going to be a glassing attempt to finish him off. Feels like Shambler. Back against the wall. Sure, he put down a Nexus, although it is off-center. It will be cleaned by those. A Xenolith recalls the most important units. Good grief. Oh, it wasn't even a Xenolith. It was a double Didact, of course. What the fuck? Second Monument of Sin? Why not? The Artisans have been evicted. The Servitors have as well, but that Nexus is still off-center. At this point, though, that's the least of Shambler's worries. He's attempting to double expand, but he's got no army to deal with what's happening against him right now. Maybe if the Assylians stack up enough of their passives, maybe if the Cantavises can storm enough of the concentrated forces, they will clear out the Positrons and maybe the Epigraph, given enough time. The Didacts are ready to stasis, though. We gotta watch out for that. The Archon has been frozen. The Epigraph falls, but the top flank, that's where the storms were really necessary. And the Archon can't even get close. Still, Shambler's army is staying alive a lot longer than we thought. I think the Assylian stacking up and the Vibrance providing a lot more shields. Big deal there. Nebulheim has a pretty cheeky army, but not a lot of frontal DPS. The Monument of Sin will fix that. Star Sovereigns will clean up everything. Archons can deal with some of the vassals, but the Epigraph, on the other hand, gonna need a little bit more effort to deal with. At least another off-center Nexus. That's just a habit for Shambler. His worker count has stayed pretty high, but his effective mining is so low. And of course, Nebulheim is on 150 workers almost. He is happy. I think he once said that he made 150 workers in Starcraft 1 once, and that's a game with a supply cap. So I don't need to tell you that that's probably not a good idea. Second Monument of Sin is done. He's going for a recall, but where is it? Oh, it's over in this position. Okay, that makes sense. Triple Didact recall is not what I thought it would be. God damn, that's powerful. So Shambler has to evacuate that fresh base at 3 o'clock. Maybe he can clean up some of these ground forces. He's trying to chase down the Empyrean. I don't know if that makes a lot of sense. And just as the workers start to saturate this base at the 3rd, the Epigraph once again reminds Shambler that it exists. Vassals won't be long for this world. He's kind of forced into a position where, yeah, he's got a lot of Archons. Those are pretty scary units. Take a while to be brought down, and remember, the lack of damage is palpable here, but the Star Sovereigns and the Empyreans can start to switch that gears there. We don't see any Barghests. I don't see many Manifolds either. There's a couple here in the back. I think Manifolds are kind of something that you need at this stage of the game to deal with the armor of things like Archons. The Archons can just walk in here with the help of a Vibrance or two and just clear that whole base, but of course the army is in position. Nebulheim will not allow him to do it for free. Stasis fields are a must. They're freezing so much of the army, and the Star Sovereign is about to be revealed. Welcome to the glassing. The zoning glassing. He's actually going to kill a lot of his own army there. But it does force the Shambler to abandon the attack. Stasis into glassing is honestly an evil combination. I would love to see people do that a little bit more. There's loads of combinations you can do with glassing. Maybe we'll even see a trick shot at the end. The Didact finally going down. But big stasises are going to melt the rest of this army before the Star Sovereign can even be actuated a second time. Yeah, you can see he's trying to do it. He almost has enough for another stasis round, but diving onto the Star Sovereign is not going to be enough. Its shields go right back to full. No, it wasn't the immune bug. His Star Sovereign was healed because the Archons died and gave it shields. So that would be why. Oh, that's what he's talking about. That's not immune. He still was dealing damage to it, but it was healed immediately by the Archons. Either way, the typing is happening, but Shambler lost this game a lot before that moment. Okay, he agrees. GG. 3-0 for Neblime. Lots and lots of action there. End game Protoss units. We get to see some exciting moves. And I will say, Shambler sticking it out for as long as he did, as far as like the part of the game that wasn't obviously lost, of course. In games 1 and 3, that was pretty interesting. And hats off to him for making it that close. But Neblime will take it. Yeah. Well, that the resources really does show you stuff, doesn't it, Doug? Alrighty. We're back to being a bit blurry, so maybe I can help the auto exposure. I should just fix that in the setting. I wish it didn't do that, but you can't win them all. There you go. Should be a little bit crisper. Alrighty, well, we have successfully smashed through some of the PvPs. There are 2 more replays in here, so I will quickly check them. Maybe they're actual games, and we get to see some. Shambler losing so resoundingly to Neblime definitely makes it seem sensible that Neblime is ranked above him. There was some conversation about that at one point, and I was like, what do you mean, dude? And now I feel even more confident about that. Okay, it looks like these are legit games. Let's take a look. So we've got Neblime in the bottom right here as our green Protoss, and the Shambler in the bottom left is our red Zerg. He's playing Zerg this time. I think Shambler is playing random because he called out Z. But maybe I'm mistaken about that. So let's start a new prediction here. Will it matter at all to the outcome of the game that we have Zerg instead? I'm here for honor. Well, this is mass destruction. A port of oil flow. Australian lag. Hell yeah, brother. Neblime going 2-gate versus Zerg. It'll be interesting to see his PvZ style. He was talking a big game about how he thinks that PvZ is really hard. Obviously, he wasn't able to defeat Krankendow. But he was able to get the better of Art of Turtle in the pregame before Crank. So there's levels to this game. Pool after Larvosk. This isn't true, by the way. Don't try this. I will find you. We've got a Legionnaire start here for Neblime. He said he's here for honor and victory, but I think he might just gonna... He might be here for fun as well. We'll find out together, guys. Good that we get to see some more Zerg action, actually, because I am obviously thinking pretty freshly about the Zerg changes. There is no honorable or dishonorable play in the game, only outside it. Yeah, that's true, Neblime. Neblime the Philosopher. I guess they're a little bit more chatty now that the actual best of 5 has been played. Gorgs are dishonorable. Yeah, Shambler would believe that. I saw the hamster game on this very map. Neblime was watching with me. Roasted. Well, the Legionnaires have arrived, and Neblime is busy typing, so he doesn't even need to micro. There are some Zetracores out. There's a lot of Legionnaires here. That's 5 Legionnaires. How are you going to counter that one? 5 pairs of quads start. I think he's going to lose at least 1 Larvosk. He's got a lot of Kagrints, but that's a heavy loss already. 125 gas down the drain, plus the minerals. Maybe he can keep the worker alive. Yeah, the circuits are going to distract him. Those need to be canceled. Good control to cancel those. Oh, it doesn't get that second one, though. Now the quads are out. This should be enough quads to deal with the Legionnaires, but Neblime's still going to try it, and actually, I like what he's doing. Because he canceled all of the circuits and the other one didn't start remorphing until way later, he ends up with 3 Legionnaires, another one on the way, and he's already got his opponent typing. Circuit does finish, but it only gets a few shots off because of how wounded it was earlier. I can't believe Neblime bopped him with Legionnaires, dude. It's funny, because Shambler will say that quads are really bad versus Protoss, right? And to a large extent, I can see where he's coming from. But then for him to say, I forgot to make quads, I don't know, there's something funny about that. So this one will be a slow and painful demise of the Shambler, but it looks like Neblime will take this game as well. I guess I can't say that I'm surprised. Every worker going down. He's got 1 left, and I don't even know where it is. If I didn't make lings when scouting this. Neblime's just like, yeah, whatever, dude. Go next game, please. LMAOP. Oh, Shambler. Legionnaire isn't real. Legionnaire fake unit. It beat me, but fake unit. Build Quaz just asking for trouble. It's true. It's true. Well, Neblime does take that one, and unfortunately... Dude, I am sorry, man. Vilius is not getting channel points right now. Oh, Ziki's looking for some games. He did. He stole your points. Yeah, when Hit 'em Up used them, I think it was versus Aoud, right? It was on Check Stealer. Nice stuff, right? So there is another game between Neblime and the Shambler, but if Ziki's going to play live, then we'll just do that instead. Yeah, that is pretty good. I agree, dog. All right, Vilius has volunteered. And Kasuga. Beautiful. Unfortunately, Ziki will be playing on Old Zerg, but his show match isn't until the end of the month, so he's got plenty of time to practice on New Zerg, which will ship tonight after my stream is over. I'm glad Shambler U'd me. Thanks. Thanks, buddy. Oh shit, it's Arbu's Budash. We're organizing the lobby right now, and I am also organizing our lovely overlay. Looks like we are just about ready to go. We're playing on Coup de Grace. I can't even remember the original map name, but it's silly. So I hope you guys are ready for that one. Oh, I have to update our overlay real quick. My overlay is also the wrong races, so it'll be double funny. There we go. That's better. All right, lads. Coup de grace. We are here with Ziki as our orange Zerg. No, pumpkin Zerg in the bottom right. And in the top left, we have Arbuz Budash as our Delft Blue Cosmic Cobalt Protoss. There you go. Rocking the gateway opener. Makes a lot of sense. Makes a lot of sense. Yeah, that was definitely a fraud. I'm not skipping that game, Shambler. I will cast it after the Ziki games are over. Unless this takes like an hour, then maybe I won't. Alright, this is Ziki. This is Arbuz Budash. Vote in chat, predict in chat, channel points in chat. Arbuz is one of our most experienced Protoss players. Ziki has been on the grind, but this is a wacky map, so you do a little bit of a spiral around here. This stuff is unbuildable. And Vassals are really strong on this map. Maybe Barghest and Kabbalist will be too. We already have the Rogue Gallery coming. This is also after Protoss received some balance and pacing changes to their Tier 2, Tier 3, and Tier 4. But not after Zerg have received their changes. So we'll see what happens with that. The Qua's are already moving across the map. We got a volatile egg here, which it doesn't do anything special. It just blocks building placement. That's the reason why it's called volatile. You can't build over it. You can build over eggs normally in Cosmonarchy, so we added that little extra feature. Yeah, she could have said that sooner, would have bet on Arbuz. Got him. Well, Ziki might surprise. Ziki's pretty, obviously his micro is cracked as a pro from Starcraft 1. Let's see if he can do it. Zealot is going to help out quite a bit, but he goes after the Ecclesiast. He knows to do that. Certainly can dive on some workers here as well if he wants to. The Quas can be very effective versus workers. Especially Scribes with less HP than something like a Mason. He's got a couple of low HP Scribes over there, but he hasn't been able to finish any of them off. Finally, he goes after one. Might be able to clear that Ecclesiast, but with only 2 Quas, I'm going to say the answer is going to be no. Back at home, he's been making workers. And he'll have to switch into military production here pretty soon. I don't know that he knows that Kabbalists come out of the Rogue Gallery yet. Zorkish Shroud on the way. Where is his military? He's got no military units, and this is a very fast rush distance map with the Kabbalist already swinging on in. So pairs of Zeths, okay. Honestly, Zeth Droleth with the drill, it can deal with the Kabbalist. It's not the end of the world. Of course, he's not going to have the Ovaleth out yet. He doesn't have the minerals for it. And when the Quas come out, they're a little bit better at dealing with it. I can't believe Arbuz hasn't finished off this Quas yet. Pretty nice there. Finally, it'll go down. Now, does he notice the shimmer? I don't think he's seen it yet. Okay, he certainly has now. All right, what do you do about it in this position? Hasn't started the Ovaleth just yet, but he knows how this mechanic works. 2 workers already to the better. Arbuz obviously going to be ahead in workers anyway on behalf of not being Zerg. That's another gas worker killed. Not quite in position to deal with it. No Ovaleth yet. Wants to try to kill it when it just goes for a pick, and that's a 4th worker, and it will get away again. So slippery, so difficult to figure out. Finally, an Ovaleth gets made out of desperation. making a lot more workers, but those 4 workers are just replacement workers. It's not getting Zeke further ahead. It's not getting him closer to any sort of goal that he might have had. He's got a scary army, and his opponent doesn't really have much defense, but Zealot Ecclesiast can deal with a lot of pool units. One upside to going for the Ovaleth, you are going to be able to drop with it, and this is a map that probably benefits quite a bit from drops. The Kabbalist is going to be dealt with. Arbu's overstaying is welcomed by quite a bit. A Vagrant has been made. A Warden for defense, but the drop can definitely help. Because I think Zeke can defend the attack from Arbu's with a closer reinforcement point. He's got Lakes coming. I don't think that he can actually successfully attack Arbu's. But that being said, Arbu's is a bit lazy with his micros sometimes. It might not work out for him. Early Kabbalist damage, definitely a plus. Now he's going after Larvosks, and this does feel like it's a big mistake. He's got 2 workers in there. I don't think that's intentional either. Zeke having a bit of a flummoxed moment. His Lake is coming. Obviously, they're a lot slower than maybe he remembers them being from the show matches, but 1 Lakers will still be enough to push this away. I don't know if he realizes he's got 2 workers in there, though. Does he see it now? Maybe? I don't know if he does. All right, the Lakers are pushing on forward. He's going to get his opponent the hell out of there. Getting a little bit closer to workers of comparable amount. Needs to remake that Larvosk if he wants to keep things going. Oh, he's mining with 1 guy on the geyser and 2 guys on the ridge, which is not efficient. That's probably where those extra workers were. Nexus set up. Arbu's sitting pretty right now. Ardent Authority on the way. This does not feel like a very good map for Zerg, I'm going to be honest with you guys. But we'll see. Maybe something silly will happen. Some of these Zealots are a little bit bruised, so you do have to watch out for them, especially with the Quaswall still helping out to buy time for the Lakers. But all of a sudden, the Zealot Ecclesiast are going to come in a big way, and that's going to stamp out all of those units. He had some Zorius. That would have been a really nice extra addition there. But losing those 2 Lakers definitely feels like the nail in the coffin for Zeke in the early game. I thought his Quas moves were really good, but he did not know that the Rogue Gallery makes the Kabbalist, I think. And his response time to it wasn't great. He's going to have to cancel that. Oh, but he doesn't. Oh, but he doesn't. Going from bad to worse right now. That's a good couple detonations on the Rilla Rokors. They will rend the armor a little bit. Brood Spawn that come out of the Zorius. It's helping out quite a bit, honestly. It's slowing the attack speed, which slows the ability of the shield restore, but it's just not enough. This is really close. I know it probably doesn't look like it because very few Protoss units died, but if there were 2 more Lakers with this army, that would be it. GG would have been avoided for the time being, and he'll go for the drill, but GG after. He knows what's up, and that is going to be an Arbu's victory. Unfortunate timing there. I'll host up another match. We'll see who wants to play. They were thinking about doing King of the Hill. I don't think that there is another Zerg player, though. Maybe Shambler's playing Zerg right now. Ziki does not have to be... oh, maybe he wants to watch... he might want to watch Shambler's ZVP Arbus, but we'll see what he says. It looks like it'll be the Shambler joining us this time around. Waiting for Shambler's ready. Okay, let's do it. I'll correct the overlay in a moment, but we'll get right into the game. And, of course, our prediction. Now, do you guys predict that this ZVZ will go the way of Ziki or the Shambler? Shambler used to be a Zerg main. I don't know. I haven't seen Ziki play ZVZ in Cosmo. He might not have played it ever. Let's see. I'll switch up the overlay real quick for us. Fast pull for Ziki. Shambler going to be going for Larvosk into pool, it looks like. I don't know how dialed in Shambler's builds are by comparison. Yeah, bully that larva. Well, with the Larvosk out earlier, the pool out earlier, I mean, everything seems like it's all good in the hood. A little bit of heckling happening over here, but the quads are about to pop, so Shambler does need to get the hell out of dodge. Shambler will have a little bit more on the worker count for the early stages of this game, but the military pacing, the timing, it will favor Ziki. He'll be most of the way across the map. By the way, this is a Litmus, which is sort of like, I think, Neo Dark Origin port or something like that. I'm pretty sure that was an evolution of that map. We got the temples over here blocking the moves out of this ramp. You have the mineral fields with the stasis chambers. That's pretty Neo Dark Origin-y. Well, I guess the quads will hatch in time, but there's a pretty strong chance here that Shambler gets kind of spawn camped. Oh, his Avaleth is soaking up a lot of damage instead. So never mind. Forget I said anything. If Ziki went after the quads as they were hatching, he can do a lot of damage to them before they can really start to retaliate. But the Avaleth kind of intercepted that anyway. So, cancels out the damage. Quads on both sides. 2 Avaleths. Shambler going to be going for a double drop situation here. It's a risk, right? If Ziki just kept his army over here, there might have been a chance for him to overwhelm Shambler in that position, but doesn't look like it. Shambler does have more quads hatching anyway. Ziki will return home, so I don't think this will be too bad. And his Orcish Shroud coming is also pretty interesting. This is actually really well done by Ziki. I think he understands that, like, okay, you made the Avaleths really early. You're probably going to try to drop, and so he's already ready for it. Shambler can't really get anything done there. Smart play so far. See if it continues. About halfway complete is this Shroud. Wants to go for the Lake is, even though they're a bit slower. I'll do a little bit of chip damage there on the healthy Avaleth. No expansion on either side. Ziki definitely playing more conservatively based on the matchup. Ziki taking a worker lead as well. The Oveleths see the Quas leaving the base. There are 2 Gorgacores here, and there's plenty more Quas where that came from, as well as a... Oh. All those Zetracores are going to be reinforcing it around the same time. Quas still dancing around. There's more Quas in here than there are on the field, but it's only by 2. Meanwhile, up the ramp, it's definitely going to be a better position for Shambler to hold the attack. But if Ziki decides to keep his force in a good spot, then obviously the Zeths and the Gorgs can do a really big number. He's going to lay a trap over here and try to catch the Quas retreating. Ziki, he'll probably relish the opportunity to clear the decks of the drop that has been heckling him so much, but good micro. He just ends up trading him down, like fairly standard stuff there, doesn't get overwhelmed. And the Gorgs are now leaving the building, but there are some Quas left out here to scout for that. And I'm sure Shambler will pay attention at some point to that. Yeah, indeed. He sees the Gorgs, he's going to need some Spraiths. Indeed he does. He's already clumping up all of his Quas as well. And a Vornath on the way for Ziki. So he wants to go for the upgraded Zeths. Maybe some Nathracores as well for air superiority. And deal with these Oveleths without them constantly heckling him. Sees the Spraith, knows that his opponent spent some more effort on static defense. The Quas and Zeths pushing out. Looks like Ziki thinking about expanding. He doesn't have much of an army over here, although the Zetracores are there. They will be dealt with by the Quas relatively easily. Making some Vorvs. Way more than he needed to, considering he was going for a different move there. Yeah, getting on top of them as they're unloading is definitely the best kind of fight that the Zetracores are going to get here, but even still, slowly overwhelmed. It takes a couple reinforcements to finish the job, and, well, just like that, there's hardly any Quas left over here, and so the Oveleths are going to have to get out of there. Now there's the Gorgs pouncing on the opportunity. Gorg anti-air is not great, but it's pretty reasonable at dealing with stuff like this. And there's the hatch. So we are going to see an expansion first for Ziki. Interesting. Well, the Quas count can deal with the Gorgs. What you're really going to run into problems with this kind of composition that Shambler has is Lakes. And his Oveleths just got popped. He's not going to have mobile detection. Oh, Zeth Vorv with Quas? Yeah, I guess that actually could be enough with the Gorgs coming in. But there's so many Quas here for Shambler, and he is diving back very nicely. Eventually, the Gorgs are going to pop almost all at once. And the Quas count is just much higher for Shambler here. So the army is way in Shambler's favor. But Ziki isn't really quite in trouble right now because, again, he's got those Lakes coming down. 2 more about to finish by the time the Quas get across the map, if they even go for it. So Shambler resets the army count a little bit. Does take out some of those technical units. But there's Zoryus coming. There's Lakes coming. There's one already at the choke point into the natural. And again, no detection means Shambler cannot move in for an attack. If all the Quas were somewhere else and it was just the one Lakes, yeah, sure. But with the Quas there, they're going to get in the way. You can't actually do anything about the presence of it. But his Hydra then finishes. He adds another Spraith, paranoid about Gorg stacks. And he's going to go for the Oveleth. So we'll see about that one. Interesting. The way that Shambler is going after this, he made his den, but he hasn't been making any Hydras yet. Instead, his Oveleths are just kind of positioned at locations to deal with drops and flybys. Looks like Shambler's trying to set up for a longer game. He's banking some Vespene. That could be for a ski back into Bactals, or it could be for something else entirely. Big worker flood for Shambler, but he's still behind by a few workers. Ziki's macro on point for sure. 6 Zoryus on the way. Got 18 Quas ready to pounce on anything that comes over that ridge. Single lake is going to be dropped. There is an Oveleth to try to prepare for that. I'm pretty sure you could park right over here. The Hydras are in a good position to deal with that, though. I love the Zorius just kind of roving through the map. All right, Shambler's definitely taking the worker lead now. Tier 2 on the way for Zeke. Avaleth comes over here, but there's nothing in it. Just a bit of a bait. Pause will be earmarked to deal with it. But, of course, Shambler will see Tier 2 and be like, oh, I see. When you have detection, you can actually see the progress bar, so you know exactly how much time they have. Did Shambler catch that there was a transport in that position? I don't know if the answer is yes. You can't come down here through this back ramp as well, so this shouldn't be that big of a deal. We'll see if it gets any kills. He's not actually attacking the workers in the way that he could be. Yeah, so he's not even going to get a single kill. That's unfortunate. Feels like he definitely could have. Oh, Shambler well saturating, taking a third base a little bit more in a defensive position and keeping an eye out on that 4 o'clock spot to make sure that the counter base there isn't being taken. Oh, Tier 2 is done. What's it gonna be for Zeke? He's got a lot of minerals in the bank. Decent amount of Vespene. I wouldn't hate... Okay, he's going to go Mutath. That's interesting. He's trying to feel out how ZVZ works with Mutas, which is definitely a good move, right? Like, that's his favorite unit. He wants to try them out here in Cosmo. He's going to catch these Quas, and they are backed into a corner, but they're not the biggest of victories to grab. He also doesn't have a great set of coverages in the middle of the map. Bactylisks are being made. It's a lot of Hydras. They will deal with Mutas, but... if you fight with the Mutas and the rest of your ground army, I do think that Bactylisks are going to have a hard time there. Especially since there's only a few of them. There's 3 of them that are completed already. The Zorius are just going to enjoy the bounces, but the Zeths and stuff are not. So they end up falling back a little bit. Oh, Zeke going Protathalor. He's trying something different. I thought for sure we would be seeing a bunch of Mutas hidden. And that would be pretty difficult to deal with. I know he's got all these Spraiths, but the Mutas are actually really good at dealing with those. At least in the numbers that you can get him in Cosmo. The Lake is on the way. Maybe you'll see him turn Quas into Lyralisk, or maybe Nathrakors into Calcalisks. Right now he's just made some Vorb, so he's going to try to chase him down, and he has a couple of Lakes to join in the fight. Well, that rebounding attack going to help out quite a bit. Sure, you got your detection, but are you going to be able to chew through this front line? Now the Lakers aren't helping as much. I feel like Zeke should think about waiting for his Protathalors to join in the fight, but maybe he doesn't need to. The Bactylisks are not able to bounce as much when they're dealing with melee that are right on top of them, and there's the Lakers pushing forward. Clean sweeps. Oh, that's beautiful. And the Protathalors are out as well in full force. So there's no Tier 2 for Shambler. Don't forget about that. So even though he's got the worker advantage, his army's been backed all the way into a corner. Perhaps an unfamiliar map, not quite where he wants to be. And as the last of those units fall, we can see over here there's some little bit of Vespene harvesting happening at the third, but nothing over here for Shambler. And sure, he's got better mineral saturation, but he just doesn't have the tools that his opponent does. We have no Iral Iris. That he's gone for the Hydrith into the Skiback. That's where a lot of his Vespene went. And Zeke just went heavier on Pool, Zorius, couple Lakas, of course, and couple Gorgs in the early game. But now with the Protathalors out and most of the army gone, you can set up a dirty Lakas contain here, and the Protathalors can keep you from ever losing the units to the Bactylisks. They just outrange them. So there it is. I mean, this is already starting to come through. The theory here, Ultrav Cavern on the way for Zeke behind this. Oh my god, the eggs are just getting popped before they can even finish. I think Zeke's considering his options, and maybe he's wondering maybe I can't just walk up in here and kill this stuff. Almost one-shotting an Avaleth earlier with the Protathalor count that he's achieved. And the Lakers are making this so difficult for Shambler to do anything. He's making a lot of Hydras, but how is he supposed to get out on the map? Feels like he needs more hatches or maybe a Nidus somewhere else, but he's not going for that, and he doesn't have the ability to go for Tier 2. He will bust out. There's no more front line. The Protathalors can be pounced upon. But look at this. Coming up over here to clear out the third base, it forces Shambler to make a decision. Do I chase the army, or do I go after saving my third? And the Protathalors will mostly get away unscathed. Fourth base up for Zeke. Hasn't fully saturated this position, but I suppose it's okay. I know he's coming from Starcraft 1 where you need way less workers. In Cosmonarchy, you want 14 workers on minerals baseline, and more than that if you can. And of course, 2 workers on each gas node baseline, 3 if you can. Oxel sees Units on the way. He's going to go for Ultra Cores. He has no Zoryus lying around to make them earlier. He will be making those Lyrilisks out of the patrolling Quas in his main base. And yeah, we have indeed gone for the Ultra Cores. See if he queues up a few more. It's so hard for Shambler to deal with those in the interim. He did clean up this base. He lost some workers, reset his mining. Hatch in the middle of nowhere just for a little bit of map control, I think. Maybe he can put down some static defense if he wants to. We are going into 15 minutes into this game. Zeths, Vorvs, Protathalors, and Lyrilisks. Not an army that I would normally see, but that's how Zeke plays it. He's actually gone away from his... he didn't even make a Hydrith Den this game. Let's see if he can respond to this attack coming in from the east, because it's not the whole army of the Shambler, but it might force Zeke to go for a counterattack. And honestly, I think that's more dangerous for the Shambler than if his army got wiped. He could just trade down this base, and that's not a base that Zeke's even mining from right now. So he is more than happy to deal with that. And look at this! 6 Bactylisks can be pounced upon immediately. Sure, you got some Zeth4 Protath over here, but that army can take care of the Hydras, no problem. Bactylisks moved out. Now we can collapse upon the Hydra stack, and that's a big portion of Shambler's army that's just going to get capitulated. Yeah, routed immediately, straight into that third base after it gets all the worker saturation, and the Ultra Cores are out to deal with these small numbers of units over here. Oh boy. I think when that comes out, Shambler's going to have to start typing, and he doesn't like to type GG. Oh my god, it's on a rampage. Consuming corpses to move and attack faster. The Ultra Core is the ultimate melee strain for the Zerg at this stage in the game. Can't even really approach it, man. Look, this guy's got 13 kills. He's dealt 1,000 damage and taken just as much. Outrageous. Unbelievable. The lifesteal just allowing them to shrug off all these light fire attacks, and that hatch in the middle of nowhere is going down. The natural will be broken open. Desperation for Shambler as Tier 2 is starting to bear down on him. He's focusing the Ultra Cores, but they're still artillery. They're still mid-range units. And they're happy to deal with the workers while the Hydras are busy dealing with the front line. Reinforcements coming on in. Zeth Ultra. Ultra's not able to actually fight to lifesteal, but they still stay alive. And now with kiting backwards, GG is called. Zeke will take the game. Okay, all right. We like to see that. We like to see Zeke taking some games. I think we'll play some more games on that one map. I'll just keep posting that map. Oh, Kasuga arrives. He wants to fight instead. Well, unbelievable scenes. All right, we're rocking extra high brain cells for this matchup as Kasuga has decided to throw his hat in the ring. He is our Black Protoss in the top right, and Zeke, our Magma Zerg in the bottom right. This is Acid Test, a port of litmus. Zeke's happy with it. I love Zeke. That's beautiful. That's why I hate it. Because Zeke's a fan. Maybe that's not even the first time he's playing. I don't know how often he's playing. Let's get our overlay updated. Because this is not the Shambler anymore. This is Kasuga, and he is playing Protoss. And of course, we also have to do our Twitch channel prediction. So it's going to be pool into Larvosk as per usual. It's gateway for Kasuga. But Ziki does like a faster hatch at the natural in this matchup. And he's going Zeths this time, so he's going to try a different strategy. Second Kagrin as well, not be able to be blocked by Kasuga's Scribe. Okay, this is much more of a one-base oriented play for Ziki than I normally see him. He does like his faster hatch. This looks like it'll be like pure Zeth Droleth until he gets his second Larvosk up, and then maybe he'll think about an expansion at that point. Obviously, it's a little bit mistimed because it's like telegraphed or whatever. Oh, no, Kasuga! I know it's extra high latency, but that's dangerous to do. Warden is coming. It might have stalled enough time. It's Gateway Grand Library, and he's got a Zealot. He's not in danger of anything, but Ziki is going for a lot more military-focused than I think... well, he'll at least have a lot more larva earlier than I think most players are used to when they play against Ziki. That embassy is not well placed. It can just be dove on immediately. He's actually going to try to surround the Zealot initially. I didn't think that was what he wanted to do. And as the Warden finishes, he does need to get the hell out of dodge. Yeah, only losing one Zeth so far. Obviously, I expect a player of Ziki's caliber to play pretty nicely, play pretty well. Yeah, the embassy is easily going to be a cancel. You cannot have that. Which is unfortunate for Kasuga. That was an unforced error for him to put it there. Herald on the way. Okay, interesting choice. I feel like the Herald force multiplies, and there's not a lot to multiply right now. But I could be wrong about that, and it is only pool units. All in on Ziki, says Vilius, the Twitch channel point prediction. Continuing. What's up, Godwheat? How you doing? I haven't actually partaken of acid, but acid test is about like a litmus test. It's just a synonym, basically. It's not actually about the drug, so... exposed, actually. Exposed as drug lord. Alright, 5 Zeths being routed. No casualties yet again. Great reaction time from Ziki. He's going for Vornath and Zorkiz. He really likes this kind of style, where he's doing that, It's interesting to see him adopt the more, like, the less hatch-focused style. I really do like the hatch-focused style, though. I hope it takes off. Well, you never know. Ziki's got some other tricks up his sleeve. Oh, okay. Vilius played on this map as well. Well, he's been doing pretty well so far. Obviously beat the Shambler. Despite the experience advantage for Shambler, he's not a frequent Zerg player. 12 Vorvs are being made back at home. That is a lot! We're going to see a Storm drop, it looks like, for Kasuga, and his Nexus is about to be done, but he might not get a chance. This might be over quick, boys. Kasuga might be going to bed in just a moment. Another Herald, an Ecclesiast, sure, yeah, shields. He better dare not move out from this choke, and even if he doesn't, I think he's dead to rights. But Ziki is waiting for the Lakers, and it will be a while before they can move all the way across the map at their new speed. Doesn't everybody who's not a Zerg player think that this is beautiful? Doesn't that just warm the cockles of your heart to see the Lakers not move across the map so easily? Cantavis in the Envoy. No military at home, so Ziki has left this as an opening. We'll see how fast he can move his workers. No, very quick. Envoy will allow it to recharge. Oh, storming the eggs. Not a bad move. Especially as they hatch, they get less HP, of course. It does a little bit of reduced damage to the Larvosk. All right, what's the play now? Ziki, you've got Zeths, you got Vorvs, and you got some Lakers. Surely you can break through the paltry forces that are before you. Yeah, this is going to be a lot of micro. Back at home, the Cantavis unloading. Kasuga trying to do his best as he falls back to his ramp. Looking for an opportunity to storm. There it is. Where's Ziki's... Oh, his multitasking not on point right now. Trying his best to micro the front. Kasuga might have found a way in. 8 kills on that thing. Oh, man, he hasn't gone back to mining. His hatch is done now. He can finally start harvesting again, but he's only got 1 pair of quads in the production tab. Kasuga, nerves getting to him. He's actually attacked his own Draken and hasn't been able to kill any of the Lakers or even put damage onto them right now. And now the surround comes in while Kasuga's busy trying to micro the storm. Oh, the humanity. Or should I say Protoss-anity. It was so close. I think it might already be over, though. Especially if that Nexus goes down. I don't know if there's any way that Kasuga can get back into this game. And that, my friends, is going to be the end of it all. He will be able to pop that Lakers, I think. Oh, maybe not. Oh, the Amaranth goes down. The Witness is here to detect. He doesn't have the damage. That's it. One Lake is staying alive. That's even worse than I thought it would be. Reduced to almost nothing. What happened with the storm? Oh, okay. That could have changed everything. 24 workers. But the Quas are out, and the Envoy will not be able to do more. It needs to get out of dodge. He can't unload. Oh my god, he is. He's going to leave him for dead? No? Okay. It's all right. But 3 pairs of Nathrakors are on the way. You cannot stay around right now. Kasuga has so many minerals, he finally goes ahead and drops an Aquifer and queues up some units. But new Sycophant out. Not a bad idea, I suppose. Oh, that's more like it for the saturation, by the way. All right, Zeths are coming in. Some Vorvs with them. The Storm is back. That's going to help. The Lakers wasn't a part of this fight, but... Now, okay, here's the trick. Ziki doesn't know this, but if Kasuga just builds a Nexus, this Lakers is forced to unburrow. I don't think it's going to happen, though. They'll just be taken out. Some Vorvs are being made. Instant death for that Cantavis after the Envoy goes down. There's nothing that can attack air. He's storming himself! The wounds are self-inflicted. Kasuga might end up being able to zone them away, but he's lost his Stormer. A Pariah is on the way, a Dracodon on the way. The Warden won't actually die, so there is that at least. Maybe he could go after the Pylon or something. Oh, actually, the Warden might die. I didn't factor in Ziki just sticking around, to be honest with you. But apparently he's fine to just let the Nats do their thing. And without that Warden at the front gates, that could actually be a bit of a problem. Now, the Vorvs don't do that much damage. The Zethrakors are what deal all the DPS. But when the Vorvs die, they turn back into Zeths, and that will allow something different. But the Sycophants provide that shield sustain. The Amaranths have their own shield steal. This army is a lot harder for Ziki to clear through. You can't even really get the Amaranth, to be honest with you. Oh my god. He's got a lot of units. They don't do a lot of damage individually, but it might be enough overall. 3 Zoryus on the way. Rend the armor if they can get there. Oh! Tricky! Kasuga rushing to Synthetic Synod on one base. It's a gamble. It's kind of an all-in. And Kasuga's internet is going down at around the same time that I'm wondering, what else does he got up his sleeve? No pausing in the middle of the battle. Well, you can. It's not a tournament game. We're just casting for fun right now. But goddamn, son. The Pariah will do so much damage, dude. Now, the Nathrakors do rend armor. Alongside the Vorv, alongside the Rillarokor if we get the Zoryus involved. But I don't know if he's actually able to chew through the units. Even though this fight is in slow-mo, he's kind of watching the Protoss units take ages to be brought down. That Pariah will take so long if the Sycophants keep their way, but they are slowly falling. The problem is when they die, they give 50 shields to everything else. Ziki is going to go ahead and pause. Very laggy indeed. Now, we'll take a moment to look at the production tab. Hydrith Den, phew, beautiful. Pranked. So the Zethrakors will not do the job. They will maybe be able to get rid of the Amaranth, yeah. And maybe one more, but the Pariah is still having so much fun. The Hydrith Den is on the way, so Hydra's coming out will definitely mean a different story for this. Another Sycophant is out here, so I don't think this Pariah is going down. Even if the Sycophant wasn't there, it wouldn't matter. Yeah, the Vorv attack speed slow definitely helps out versus the Pariah. And one Gorgakor has 5 kills inside the mineral line here. I don't think Ziki is going to get many more, though. His Gorg is very, very low. And he's looking at these structures like, what did they do? Double expanding. Oh, Mind Tyrant. I'm sure Ziki by now knows that if you see a Mind Tyrant, you must kill it. Got Lake is out, Zoryus out. I actually really think if he gets some more Vorvs out, there's not really much that the Pariah can do, honestly. Goes for the burrow. This is I think this is a mistake from Kasuga. He needs to respect the Lake is damage. Especially when that Armor End comes out. Oh, Kasuga, you and your lag. We are routing between Hungary, USA, and Taiwan right now, so I suppose this is to be expected. It was going remarkably smoothly earlier. It's not going to be a Demiurge, it's going to be analogs. Kasuga trying out the spammable analog variant. That was a feature of yesterday's update. Today's update, after we're done casting, is going to be all about Zerg. So Ziki's getting a lot of practice in, and then he'll come back and he'll be like, what? All right, here's the move. Lots of Vorvs. Turn back into Zeths. He's got the Zoryus for more armor end and attack speed slow. You combine that with the Vorv and Snare. Oh my god, Pariahs will never attack again. All right, here's the committal. He goes after the Pariah immediately. Now, one problem is that when the Vorvs go down... Okay, yeah, we're seeing it right here and now. The Lakers are a little bit too far away to help, but the analog does go down pretty quickly. Where's the Mind Tyrant focus? It's not here. But Ziki might not... It might not matter. He might not need it, even with the Matrix helping out. Now that's ensnared as well. Oh, my God. So many kills on that Pariah. What a legendary unit. And he's starting to turn the tide by resurrecting some of those Zerg units. But look, it's so close to death. Oh, it pops to the Lakers and the Hydra. They remax. They go down. The Mind Tyrant is over. 9 Lake is on the way for Ziki behind this. And his natural is in shambles. Kasuga must go back to the drawing board. What a wild, scrappy game indeed. Goes after the analog immediately. He's getting some retaliation damage, but it's drained of energy now. The one Lake is still doing what it can. Clears out a Scribe, that's about it. And the eco damage is out of this world, and there's not another Mind Tyrant coming, so I really don't know if Kasuga's going to be able to do much here. We need some more hatches for Ziki. He's floating a lot of minerals. Reasonable saturation over at this third base yet? No, not quite, but we're getting there. Capping the ridge as well. Lots of Lakes. This is kind of what I like to see. The Bactylisks aren't really that important. I guess they'll help kill the workers later. But the Lakes are going to be super big, and the Hydras are going to be super important here. Yeah, that Pariah is dead to rights. Goodbye, my friend. Kasuga's going to have to call it here pretty soon. The only thing that you can hope for is that, you know, Ziki doesn't really know how to close a game in a certain situation or whatever. But in this situation, it seems like you're doing just fine, Ziki. The Vorp Flood afterwards, go after the Cantavis. GG is called, and Ziki will move on to face the next challenger. Yeah, that's what we like to see. We like to see a Ziki victory. Yeah, Kasuga, you did really well. I was impressed. I thought that game was going to be over much sooner. Yeah, seems like we're waiting on Godwheat to get in here. I guess I'll have to cast that Shambler Neblime game tomorrow, because this will be the last one that I cast. Because then it's Zerg update time, and I only have until about 8 o'clock here, so I have a little bit under 3 hours to get it done. We're spending a little bit more time casting than we normally do. All right, let's do it, boys. Ziki in the bottom right is our Vivid Red Zerg. No, Vermilion Zerg. And I Am the Way to God is our Tyrion Purple Zerg. I'm just going to go ahead and call him Wheat. Cheers, Vilius. Oh, yeah, let's get your channel points prediction up. You know what I'm saying? Now, I Am the Wheat of God is a ridiculous username. And also, he is a cheesy guy. So we'll see if he decides to cheese Ziki or not. And I appreciate Alexander saying what we're all thinking here. If you want to support the streams that you're seeing here, you want to support development, you want to support these casts, feel free to go ahead and drop donations over on streamlabs.com/Pronago. It is much appreciated. Link in the description of the YouTube VOD and, of course, of Twitch panels. Hydra Thin opening for Godwheat. Very interesting. Oh, one more note about the donations is that our daily goal is $50, which is, I think it's achievable. I think it's achievable. I'm surprised that we achieved it so fast for the first 2 days. I'm expecting sometimes we'll get less, and sometimes we'll get more, like yesterday when we got 66 buckaroos from Alexander. I do appreciate it. But even if you send me $3, that's appreciated. That counts. That gets us closer. If we can do that kind of goal regularly, we can do this kind of stream regularly. So, Ziki's going to do his double K-Grunt, just like in that last game. I didn't quite watch super closely his opener versus Shambler, but this does look familiar to me there as well. Zethar cores are out instead of Quaz, so that's a key difference. And, well, it's actually the best possible outcome, I think. Izira cores kind of mopped the floor with both Zeths and Quaz, but Quaz have a little bit of counterplay. This Hydrith opener isn't quite cheese. This is not as fast as you can get the Izira cores out. Pretty good, though. Devastation. Does Zethar cores escape? So you triple Izira core. We've got the double Laravosk, of course. Yeah, I don't think Godwheat can do too much to just upend Ziki, but the Quaz are a little bit away, and there's no Circuit yet. It's going to come down to micro. It's so hard to micro versus the Izira cores, though. They do so much spread damage, but still, one of them staying alive with only 8 HP. That's very big impact. However, I do think that the Quaz are going to be enough. Look at that. The Drolets will finish the job onto that last one. And maybe one worker will go down. Oh, he saves it with a K-Grunt! Style points! Give that man an award. All right, back at home, Godwheat going for his second Laravosk. He's got a gas bank. We might see a ski back here reflexively. Hydra's starting to come out. He's making a lot more Izira cores. And Ziki is going for the Hydrith Den. He's also moving out with a big number of Quaz. He can't really break through Izira cores on a ramp, especially in the number that Godwheat is getting them, but still a little bit dangerous to let your opponent soft contain you like this. Good burrow to keep one of them alive for a little bit longer. The focus fire is going to go right back down onto it, though. Oh, he dodges it. Got off of it a little bit too soon. Expected high latency, or extra high latency, and only got high. His units were too responsive, too quick. I do wonder what it's like if he plays, you know, StarCraft 1 and then he plays Cosmonarchy, because the units respond so much smoother and consistently in Cosmonarchy comparatively, so some people would say that's actually a bad thing, and they prefer the lack of responsivity that you get in StarCraft 1. And to those people I say, okay, yeah, sure. Whatever you say, man. 5 Hydras on the way for Zeke, and there is indeed a ski back for Godweed, so he's going to try to muscle in through here, but the Zets are going to keep him at an arm's length, and the Circuith wounding that 1-Eye Zero-Core, forcing a burrow. He's going to try it again. Remember, there's 1-Eye Zero-Core in the back that's a little bit wounded. There's no damage towards buildings, and now I think Godweed is well overstayed his welcome. He needs to get the hell out of Dodge. There's Hydras coming in. Zeke is going to run over his army over there in a more defensive position. We do have the hatch coming down. Vornath finishes. We've got 4-Eye Zero-Cores and plenty of Zeths on the way. So a more melee-focused follow-up, and the hatch isn't that far away from Zeke in terms of timing, right? So this wounded Eye Zero-Core is going to go ahead and scout forward. Got some Vorvs coming. Now, Godweed hasn't actually been inside his opponent's base, but he is making Skiths. That's kind of interesting. Whether that forces Zeke... Well, he's already got a Sprayth. That's really savvy. Maybe he just knows, like, okay, I went for Gorgs in that last game, and Sprayths were enough to make it so that they didn't work very well. Whoa! Whoa!
That's 3 threes. Come on, homies. Give the man some threes.
I appreciate the threes, and the sound effect definitely woke me the fuck up. Thanks, homie. Appreciate you. Well, just in time for the K-Grids to get popped as soon as they go down. The Hydras have to scramble back up to the ramp. Godweed might not stay alive for very long here. His Skither-Cores are being forced into the fight, but they are not good fighting units. Oh, well, if they line up against those Zethra-Cores, it might be a bit of a change in heart. And the Azira-Cores are still helping out a little bit for Godweed, but I just don't think it's quite enough. And he's only got 3 Izzies and 1 Hydra on the way. Zeke is about to claim victory. GG. He only dropped 1 game, and it was to Arbuz. Everything else going the way of our Hungarian pro. Nice. Plus, look at that. We made some serious cash. Zeke on a streak. All right, lads, I do appreciate the support. Alexander goes from 66 into 9. I mean, that's 69, isn't it? We're going to be going on a short break so that I can go grab myself a drink and prepare for the Zerg section. And so, yeah, when I come back, we'll be doing that. So I'll see you pretty soon. Hey, hey, people, what's going on? We are back to do some casting. Oh, wait, we already did our casting. We're about to do some Zerg chain. I've actually already started. Such is my power. Basically, we're just going to come in here and make sure that there's no more tech requirements placed on the advanced nodes. Okay, pretty easy. And now, what we have to do here is, let's see. What I have to do is make sure I've got some music. Yeah, I guess it's this one right here. Double checking my stuff here. Oh yeah, the Irrelevant of Oa and such are not used. Okay. Okay, so we're gonna make some adjustments on the website first so that people can follow along what we're doing in the programming side of things. Oh, and I'm also gonna make a couple of quick fixes, which are that I believe the Exemplar and something else, maybe the Magister. Might be the Epigraph then. Did not receive their HP buffs. This is our patch notes over here. Epigraph was 240. Yep. Okay. So we're going to fix that. And then I'm also going to double check the issues channel to make sure I didn't miss something else. This is fixed. Oh, the hotkeys. That one's kind of easy to fix, I guess. A little bit time consuming, but that's okay. All right, so we've got Cleric, Shaman, Eidolon, and Savant. So Savant is S. So I think we probably set Savant to V. That way it's not overlapping with the Shaman. Let's see. Fulcrum is Blackjack, Matador, Phalanx, and Madrigal, but Matador is T and Phalanx is T. Phalanx is T because it used to be tank. I guess we could make Matador A. That's probably fine. Okay, captaincy is fine. Let's Salamander and Azazel are the same. I'm going to set Azazel to Z. It actually matches... it ends up matching the grid place, actually, when you do that. It's full conflict over here. CS. So, Claymore, and I don't really know why Penumbra is that. I guess E is taken by Pazuzu, which is kind of also weird. A, W... Like, we could do Z for Pazuzu and E for Penumbra. And then... A is Paladin, which does make sense. N is too far away. Maybe I just do Anti-Chthon and Aeon become Z and X. Like, I'm not really that worried about it. We can't do A because we use it for Paladin, and it's fine for Paladin. Is it actually called Splice? It is, okay. That's fine. I'm going to keep it that way. Okay. I think that's everything. Let's double check. There can't be a conflict here because it's X, F, S, C. Yeah. So we should be all good. It's just these 5 that I needed to check. Captaincy was fine. This one had 1 conflict. This one had 1 conflict. This one had 1 conflict. And this had 2 conflicts. So we resolved all of those. And now I just need to fix my config so that it doesn't have that again. Is true and not true. Cool. All right, so now let's go to the Valkyr Lake. Oh, interesting. The lake doesn't even say that it requires the Iral Iris. All of this is correct. Okay. So let's talk a little bit about what we're actually doing. Let's do slightly smaller font. That's fine. No longer require tier up structure. Evolutions no longer require tier up structure. E.g. that. So this is our dictum for Zerg changes. This is what we're actually doing. Another thing I'm considering... Night Assesiant losing the Iral requirement, making it available. And becomes pricier. So making it available at tier 1, but making it pricier is basically the consideration there. Not sure about this one yet. I'll probably make a decision on it by the end of the stream, but that's something I'm considering. And then we have... Ben votes for doing it. I'll consider it. I will consider it. So we have the other big change is that the Shroud will get an intermediary node, kind of like the Scab or the Pond. One thing I did really like about Acropolis 3 was that player skill got to a point where people actually needed Tier 2 to finish games a lot of the time. The dream is that in 2 more years, or however long it takes, player skill will get so high that you need tier 3 to end the game. It's kind of interesting. Yes, that's right. Without needing Iral Iris, you can go pool, pond, lake, den, scab, swamp, shroud, cavern, gorge. Gorge is going to be the final evolution. So it's where I use Notepad's find and replace. Okay. And then we go to Okay, so now we go to the Gorger core, and we say it is enabled by, or its requirement is Olgorg Cavern. Zobriolisk is the Zozar Gorge and the Zar Cave. Alright, this also means that the Ultra Core becomes Suborder 2, and the Gorgra Core becomes Suborder... Oh, it already is Suborder 3. This is 1. Alright. So let's see what that looks like. Oh, one thing that is going to need to be updated is this. Got some big cowers. Okay. I'm just going to go ahead and fill out the lake there, and then I think I have to do the same thing here. Okay. I think that should be good. I think the only thing we need to do is make sure that we added the... Yeah, we did. We did not add the intermediary here, so this is the... Oh, no, we did, kind of. Okay, so now we go for the Ultra Core and the Zobrielisk and the Zarkava Core. Yeah, right here. So this one is going to be like so. I would say... We don't care if it's completed if it's the Zozark, because if we did, the when you start the mutation, you would lose access to the units enabled by it, which is not intended. What's going on, Milestone? Welcome back, and hello, Beaver. Yeah, we are rework wise, we're just adding button set rules to mirror the requirement rules. I haven't done the AI stuff yet, but I will do that in a bit. That's probably towards the end of the stream, actually. But I'll at least do the AI requirements. Let's see. I have defined the new node, but I have to move the Ulgorg down to tier 1 so that it's matching. And then we should be good, I think. On the website, I mean. I have to still... Oh, I guess I didn't put the Ultra Core down. I gave it the right, like, suborder, but I forgot to change the tier. Okay, so, yeah. I mean, that's probably going to scare some people to see the Ultra Core down in tier 1. The Ulgorg is pretty expensive, and you don't have access to any Oxel generation. So you still need to pay the Zorius 175 mineral tax before you can actually make the Ultra Cores. So I don't actually know if they need any statistical changes to be balanced. So I wasn't planning on like nerfing them or whatever. So we'll see how this one goes. But when you see this mutate, you know it could be Ultra Cores and it could be Gorger Cores. But until they mutate this, they can only make Zorius or Lakes. So I have given Lakes a little bit of their movement speed back, but it's nothing like what it used to be. I will get the exact specifics for you guys soon. But like, all of this stuff is basically done except for the fact that I don't have like a custom graphic set up for the Zozark. So it's this is going to be a slight buff. And then I don't have any immediate other changes. I will be making some changes, but we're just going to make sure everything functionally works. And we'll get back to the rest. There's no changes planned for the Iral Iris or the Aughts to Lava form. I am planning on adding evolutions to the Axis, the Grotto, and probably like a new control node at some point for the late game stuff. But at the very least, the Axis and the Grotto will be added to, so that you have access to more stuff when you do get the Authstal. But you get the Gathalosk, which is pretty rewarding. Obviously, the Supreme gas extraction from the Azigrazint. The Iral Iris is a lot easier to justify because it gives you Spire, which turns into the Haunt. But the Aughts to Lava form no longer is a requirement for the Haunt, which is why we keep saying Tier 2 Sovroleths are a thing. Yeah. Okay. Let's see. We are definitely going to see more Ultra Cores. I think phalanx will be a pretty big aspect to deal with that. Honestly, Eidolon probably isn't terrible, but you have to get a lot of them, that's for sure. That's a pretty big expenditure for the Zerg, though. If I was gonna change something about the Ultra Core because of the fact that you can access them earlier, I'd probably adjust the cost more than anything. I don't think... Like, the unit statistically, it's very thematic as it currently stands. I wouldn't really want to make it weaker. You know what I mean? Hopefully that makes sense. Alright, I think all the button set rules are taken care of. Yeah. Classic. Classic shopkeeper. All right, so now we're defining the requirements. We're not going to ever get to that point, Biddy B. That's obviously not a good strategy. Can you say more about what you mean, dog? A lot of people think Lyrilisks are just not good, which is kind of interesting. Don't say that, Beaver. No. Bad. All right, I think that might be everything that we needed there. We do have to add these unit IDs to the AI enum. So... What did you just write in my chat? Excuse me? What? Sorry, I don't know what happened there. That was weird. Couldn't have been me. And then, sorry, I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened to your message there, Alexander. Something terrible must have happened to it. I wonder what happened to that message. Unfortunately, it's still on the stream. It'll never. It's some stains you can't wash out. Some stains cannot be washed out from your Crusty. Ugh. Ugh. No. You don't want to reclaim that, Beaver. Trust me, you do not want to reclaim that. All right. Oh, gee, I wonder what happened to your message there. That sure is weird. How does that keep happening? That's so weird. How did that happen? It was wild. All right, so I think we probably need to make sure that we add the buttons to the Ultrav Cavern. Let's go here. I don't think we've done this one. Yeah, okay. Hey, this actually lets me clean up some strings. We don't need the strings anymore for the requirement. Well, that's fine. That makes sense. That no longer is true. Oh, that one doesn't even exist anymore. Get rid of that one. That one. Oh. Actually, I was a little bit too trigger happy there. Hey, I agree with that message. You should visit the coffee page to support the game. It's epic. So this is Zozar Ghoul. What's up, Green Eggs? Welcome. Yeah, you can think of this as a crunch, I think. Basically, what we're saying is the Iral Iris is not required for the lake, but you can't skip pool. You can't skip the pond. You got to go sequentially. So it's like pool, pond, lake, and you can do it without the Iral Iris. And in the same way, you can go spire straight to the haunt. There's a strong chance that we end up doing something like an intermediary node for the spire that lets you do like spire, intermediary node, haunt, or whatever. And then basically what we would get out of that is the spire would give you I think the spire would probably give you the muta. It feels wrong to not give you the muta there, you know what I mean? So if we did do that, then that's probably what it would be. But the intermediary would give you maybe Pertathalor that's like souped up in some way, and the Sovroleth. Or I guess it would probably be the intermediary would be Pertathalor and Gitoricor, since that's an evolution from the Sikrilisk. And then the max node would be Sovroleth and Tozgrilisk, right? And I would be swapped order, so it would be Tozgrilisk into Sovroleth, because the order here would be Sikrilisk, Mutalisk. Intermediary would be Gitoricor, Pertathalor. And then the final node would be Tozgrilisk, Sovroleth. So that's probably how it would work out. If we were to do that. That's a more involved rework that would probably come later on. No, I think that's fairly accurate. I mean, the Protoss changes were mostly to make it so that your tier 4 stuff comes online later, but has more powerful and flexible options. And your tier 2 and tier 3 are a little bit more valuable as they are. Including some of the units that weren't as good, or weren't seen to be as good. I think that should help Protoss still feel competitive. Terran got a pretty big change to their very early game. I talked about this in one of the donor logs, which you can get if you donate $3 a month at the coffee. One of the donor logs that I recorded earlier today goes over the idea that the scrapyard and the palladium coming online way later, you might have one of those at the same time as you used to have 2 scrapyard and 1 palladium. So it's kind of chunking out your tech tree a little bit more thoroughly. But it is scaling really well with later stage production. So as you add more production, your tech is multiplying your flexibility a little bit more, giving you more options. One of the things that I mentioned when I was going over the stockade stuff in that recording is that there's like a chance that Cyprians may need to be looked at, because and there's a chance that maybe the Goliath or something like that needs to be looked at for Fulcrum, because naked structures with no add-on, you're going to be on them for a bit longer, and most of the time they would be okay chaff like Vultures or Maverick Huracan, but you would be building towards Covenant or Palladium, most likely, even Scrapyard for the Blackjacks, stuff like that. So I don't know about whether or not you'll be getting I don't know whether or not you'll be getting a big amount of add-ons in the early stages of the game. It doesn't really seem like it. But the only testimony I've received so far in the new changes has been from Shopkeeper Dog, who, to my knowledge, is also trying to do the Treasury Talos thing for a while, like Treasury Quarry Talos or whatever. I don't know how much that's eating into the early game stuff. So we'll see about that. We're going to keep tabs on that, because if the Cyprian needs some adjustment or the Goliath needs some adjustment to be a little bit more like a unit you can rely on in the early stages of the game, then I feel like that will be something to think about. Okay, so we have 753 as the string for this one. Okay. The other thing is that we have to go to the pond. Oh, I guess we have to go to the pool, actually. And we have to get rid of the Laveral Pond is supposed to be Calkier Lake. It's just out of date here. We got to get rid of the intermediate, or I guess it's the other way around. We should still replace that. But we have to get rid of this. And Nathrock Lake is Vornath Pond now. Okay. Okay, that should be enough. I think that's all the button set changes and such we have to do. Let's go in-game and see if we did everything that we needed to do there. Oh, I guess... we'll double-check that we... Zorius. Okay, and this has to be or must have Zozar Gorge, which is 422. AI couldn't make the Ultrav Cavern until they got tier 3, by the way, according to that anyway. I don't know if it actually was working that way, but... Okay, so this has to be 422. Yeah, it's 400 gas just to get it. Access to it. Okay, Zobrielisk is 422 as well. Yep, that's correct. Okay. Oh, this whole time I've been putting in the wrong ID for this, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. we did that for everything else. You know what I mean? Like, also welcome to the stream, Adam. We did that for the Schizocore and the Nathocore. We just did it for the Gorgacore later because it was already behind an expensive node. But it turns out it's still the way it is. You know what I mean? We still gotta bop it. It's got to be 493. Well, I appreciate that. Veek hasn't been too involved in the balance in a little bit, but he does provide some... Like, I always run my stuff by him. These kinds of changes I don't even necessarily think of as balance. It's more like, what will make the game more interesting, exciting, fun, strategic, enjoyable? Maybe, like, feeling fair would be another thing that would come to mind. All right, so we've made our entry. It is not going to be... It's like 493, I think it was. Is that right? Yeah. Oh. Nice. I think we're good. Oh, one thing I want to make sure, though, is, so we did the Almeka's Anter. We must do the Chokrol Chazal. And Tazrol Hunt. And Calcure. Okay. I think that's all of the intermediary stuff or whatever that we're changing the requirements for. Yeah, looks like it. Cool. Okay, I'm sure I forgot something. We'll find out what that is in a bit. Oh, one thing that I definitely did wrong is the Zozark button is not pointing to the right ID. So we'll fix that real quick. Oh, 3, 3. And then we also need to define the Algorg. Okay, the Zorka's Shroud. Um, 533 is the button set. And then find the entry alphanumerically here, and oh, it's right here. Let me do this. This is 493. All right. So now we are all set. We just defined that as a button setless structure, but still defined it as a structure. So we should be good there. Do it. My guess here is that I need to add a button for the... Let's see. I don't remember if I had to add buttons for stuff like this. It looks like I did sometime. Oh, we also need to work on buttons for the, like the button set rules here. Yeah, we can just delete this else if. And then same for the Hydrothin. And then I think we'll just say Algorg. The requirement is Zozark. Cool. Try that. So it turned into the Ultrav Cavern again, which is kind of funny. I do know, though, that I have not set up the unit name TBL here for it, so let's do that real quick. I know that for the unit IDs here, we had Arhan Turret, and then this is Reserved, I guess, is just what we'll call that one. Okay, cool. Like that. So why it evolves into itself, I don't know yet, but it's probably something I goofballed over here in the button sets. I thought I set this correctly, because this is ID 493, which is the unit ID. But it didn't even change the wireframe to blank, which is what it should have done since there's no wireframe defined currently. It does seem to go to 533, which is what it's defined as correctly, so it has that button. Yeah, it feels more like it has those... What do you call it? Those... It has the Zorkish Shroud button set instead or something. It's kind of weird. Let me take a quick look at like the Calcure Lake one. Yeah, 204, 204, and the 204 is the unit ID, and that's exactly what we have here, 492, 493. 140 is only the command icon ID, so that should be fine. Oh, I know I have to do some quick work in a Samace config, but I think that's just for AI stuff. The button set thing definitely seems weird. Let's see. This is for getting regression. Oh, never mind. That's not related. That's for tech. Seems correct. Yeah, it hasn't. I don't know what's going on here. That's weird. It's definitely pointing to the right unit ID here. Even has the right string and everything. Yeah, so this is what it should be, and the wireframe didn't change, so I know it won't be the right one. This must be some really, like... I feel like this is a really silly bug somewhere, and I just haven't figured it out. That's my current guess. Okay. I think that should be good. Okay, that should be good as well. Just making sure that the requirements are all correct for this stuff. I don't know what's causing the issue with the construction, so I still have to debug that one. What a wild thing Neblyme and Shambler decided to do. They both went random for a best of 5, and whoever won that got to pick the first matchup of their 9 best of 9s. Or best of 9 out of best of 9s. What the hell? So you need to win 5 best of 9. Absurd. Absolutely wild. I guess I'll be casting that at some point. Absurd. I agree. Wild. I think Zeke has played that many games already. No. Fuck yes. Got my Zeke games as well. Zeke Arbuz. He has to start being PM, isn't that right? That's beautiful. Olgorg to Zozark enabled. Because it's invisible. Yeah, so that's why the button wasn't showing up before to begin with. But I'm not quite clear on... Not quite clear on, like, the building source stuff or whatever. Maybe the fact that it wasn't defined in here is the problem? Yeah, maybe that's all it was. Let's try that. There we go. Okay. So now we should be able to, for example, go and... Oh, interesting. So our Oxel requirements are grayed out. Ultra core. Let's find all cases of ultra core. Completed Ulgorg or any state of Zozark. This is for the Oxel larva. We enable it in those cases, we disable it otherwise. And Zobriscum is our cave core. This should be Zozark. That's a bug. But what about if we take the... Okay, we can do it here. And we might be able to do it elsewhere as well. Yeah, Zobriolus can be mutated in, right? Let's double check that we actually can, because the button says it there. Yeah, okay, that's working. And then Zorius into Ultracore. Okay, that works. I'm going to grab the Enzorthracore. Yep, that also works. Okay. So then the question becomes, why did the Oxel stuff not work? Let's take a look. So Ultracore in here. Okay, I am kind of down in this position. So we've got completed Ulgorg or any Zozark. And Zobrilusk is... okay, Zobrilusk is, and Zarcavicore are supposed to be completed Zozark, not completed Ulgorg. So that's a fix there. Okay, I think we should be good. Let's start writing our patch notes and see what else we want to make changes to. Okay, so we're going to say... So 1 entry for the Kizilisk, because I've changed its movement speed a little bit. And then we have an entry for the Gorgrikor. New stuff always goes at the end. What else do we have? All right, that's pretty good, I think. I guess instead of increasing the durability or increasing the mobility of the Lekizilisk, I could make it more tanky as an alternative. That's kind of more attractive to me in a way, but we'll see. Okay, we have got 1 more hour to finish up our changes, and we're doing pretty good on time, I would say. I'm going to go ahead and UK a lot of these tech nodes. I guess it would probably be better if I just went... this and rolled until I got Zerg here. Yeah, 5.2 move speed. I don't know what they have right now on pre-release, but I'll check it later. Okay, so... oh. So we go Vornath. Ah, but we... Oh, yeah, we did. Yeah. Calcure. Excellent. So now I can do this. Oh, I pranked myself. That's all right. I guess maybe it's a button set issue then. I'm not really sure though. Oxal larva, requirement. Well, unit player has an completed Ulgorg or any Zozark for the Ultra Core. So why would that not be a satisfying thing? Because that should be. Let's go to the... completed Ulgorg or any state of Zozark. And these are completed Zozark. Yeah, I don't know why it's not working then. Did I maybe break it in here? Ultra Core. Current unit is Zorius or current unit is Oxal Larva. Has Ulgorg or it must have Zozark. That seems correct. I don't think we use this at all for player requirements. I think it's only for AI. Yeah, has unit Zozark. All that seems correct to me. Maybe it's a button sets issue after all, but I don't really know what it would... Oh! Well, this should be a break. I don't know why that would cause the Zobrielisk and Zarkava core code to break. Feel like... Oh, well, no, it shouldn't have been... it probably works fine once I actually make the Zozark. So let's see. Yeah, this is basically ready to go, but we do need to customize the visuals of the Zozark. And it won't have a custom wireframe. Until... I guess I could probably just, like, mirror it or whatever as a default placeholder, and then we come back to it with, like, a June 3 Hong thing, because I got to do a kit bash out of it. Okay, so here we see we have the Ultra Core we can make now. Respawn the Zozark, we can make everything. Okay, wonderful. And even if we kill the Ulgorg, we can still make the Ultra Core, because we have the Zozark. Wondrous. 493 is the structure that we are going to add. And it's definitely at the end, because Zork is Z-O-R compared to Zozark is Z-O-Z. Good luck, buddy. All right. $20.54. Cool. All right, we'll plug in the entries there, and then I'm going to go ahead and make the kit bash. Cool. Yeah, just wanted to make sure that those are in the spot there. Okay. I think we're in a good spot with all that. I'm going to go ahead and grab the graphic. We know that the lake is bump is to 5.2. Speed bump. 5.2. We do not know what the original one is, so I'm going to quickly go to pre-release on current pre. Check that real quick. It's just 5, that's fine. Really minor bump. All right, that all seems good. We are just now going to grab the graphic and see what we can do with that. I am going to go ahead and rename these files so that they are more accurate. So the first thing you can do with the biggest portion of it is always mirror it. I separated the top part from the bottom part with a mask. Okay, so I think we've got our kit bash stuff taken care of. So now what we do is we go ahead and save this as a group called kit bash. Then we will duplicate the group, convert it into an object that we can edit. Go to our actions. We're going to go ahead and select the player color on it. Do a quick layer via cut. Call this P color. And then we're going to go ahead and put a hue sat on it. We don't really see these back end frames. We only see the front ones, so I'm not really too concerned about those. Okay. So that should be pretty good. If we ever need to come back into this, we can. Let's go ahead and do game basic medium. And yeah, that didn't suck. Go ahead and save over the BMP. Looks like this is 7 frames. Alrighty. And we've got our graphic, but we do need to make a shadow out of it. So that's what we're going to do next. I'm going to go ahead and export these as 1 BMP per frame. And we're going to say, let's go to my main desktop, PS, Zozark Gorge. Obviously, the preferred method of making shadows for sprites is actually rendering them. But we work with what we can. Try to line it up as best we can. And then we'll go ahead and import those, have our shadow. But then we just need to modify the coordinates for the damage overlay. And everything should just work. Although we haven't made a command icon yet, so we got to do that. All right, and save that. So say 32 by 31 height. I don't remember the ID. 493 maybe? Oh, definitely not that. Okay, so we just need to go ahead and duplicate this and figure out what the icon is going to be. It looks like it'll be 813. Okay. So then we go to button sets and 813 it is. I grabbed that file so I could paste it into our frames folder here. Then we go ahead and batch action all of the frames. And then we just have to set the ID to 813 inside our... And once the frames are processed, we are good to go there. Now we can go back to processing the icons and say the unit icons are here. And okay, so that, this. Oh, I guess the last actual graphical thing that we need to do is we have to go ahead and flip the wireframe just so that there's some readability for when you click on it and you scout it and you see that they're making the advanced one. So. Oh yeah, let's pull up in the... I was almost about to leave the folder there with the Zerg stuff without modifying the damage overlay, so we gotta make sure we do that. I guess at the end of the day, it wouldn't be the most intense issue if we hadn't done it, but, you know. All right, very nice there. Close this. Website stuff is done, so we'll go ahead and pull that for the icon update, and then we have to batch action our button set change. And then we have to... What else do we need to do? Wireframe, and then we're good. All right, so is our Gorge looking modified. Eventually we'll have totally custom looking graphics for it all, but, you know. There it is. Okay. And the icon is correct there, and when we do that, it flips the wireframe. that's good. And then I think the only other thing I wanted to make sure of was when we take a look at a worker. Oh, no, this is the only way that you can make it right now. I guess I'll go ahead and let this sit for a little bit and then check the replay. Because when you go to last replay, it will show me in the production tab whether I've made it. Yep, looks like it shows up. Yeah. Okay, production icon. Yeah, everything was working on the art side, so we should be good. We tested all of the functionality stuff. Yeah, I have a lot of batch processes. Well, what about overlay were you thinking of? Oh, the damage overlay. Good call, my friend. I could see an argument for moving one of it like over to the left a little bit, but I think it looks pretty good as it is. So I'll tweak it now and bring it over, but yeah. I think overall it's pretty solid. It's hard to like preview where those where these, like, what the blood is going to look like in the coordinates. There's no ability to preview it before you actually, like, commit to change, right? So... Alright. So, the last thing that I was going to decide about is the Nidus. I mean, it would be pretty neat to have Niduses more often. If I was going to do that, they'd have to be a lot pricier, which would change a lot about them. Like, right now, they're actually pretty spammable at Tier 2. At Tier 2 income. I think I'm going to wait a little bit on this. And if we still don't see a lot of Niduses, like, by the end of the month, that might be a key to, like, a clue. A cue, even, to see about that. So that's sort of where I'm at right now. That's what I'm thinking about right now. Yeah, at the end of the day, this change does change a lot. That's for sure. But it's not everything that it's not like as many entries of changes or whatever as it might have imagined. Check out my new Ecclesiast portrait, courtesy of Homie Man. Solstice did this, and it's looking nice, in my opinion. Yeah, yeah. I know, I just called him Homie Man. That wasn't very, it didn't quite... it wasn't quite specific enough. Overhaul is a strong word. But I guess we'll say it. Overhaul, Zerg, tech, node progression. Tech, we'll say tech evolution. Fix. Terran, hotkey, conflict. And Protoss HP values. Add Ecclesia's portrait. Yep, I think that's everything. Yeah, it looks maybe a little bit higher fidelity almost, but I don't mind it. I think it's very nice. I will quickly take another look at one thing. We are Zerg right now, so our UI is a little orangey, right? That's a change that's pretty recent from DF. And then when you're Protoss, or I guess we'll show Terran. Terran is just the default, right? That might change later to a more blue-gray. And then Protoss is yellow, which is pretty expected, right? I'm hoping that in Witness mode and in replays, we can get it to use the color of the race of the player that owns the unit, which is a mouthful to say. But that would mean that, like, if a Protoss player tyrannizes a Zerg Droleth and then makes a Hatcherosk, it wouldn't suddenly swap to Zerg, because, like, that's almost a clue that's like, oh, that's a Protoss-owned unit or something, right? Anyway, that, I think, is... Update didn't bring the patch notes? Is that real? It says modified patch notes. Oh, okay. Yeah. I mean, there's not that many patch notes, even though it's a pretty big change, so... Okay. Yeah, very cool in my opinion. We'll see if that's we'll see what we feel like doing afterwards for changes. I literally made no balance changes to the units that are now unlocked much earlier in earlier contexts. I think the Kalkir Lake and maybe the Tethfith Swamp will need price bumps. Definitely the lake, honestly, but I feel like it's like 80% chance the lake needs to be nerfed. Yeah. I think pool's really, really good. Zerg here. We'll see. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. The price is pretty cheap for that. Even if it was like 300 minerals and 50 gas, it would still be pretty cheap. So, yeah. The swamp I'm a little bit less concerned about, but Tetzoricor is a tier 2. Will probably be pretty good. Vithrilisks are going to get adjusted. Oh yeah. Part of this change the part of the changes that didn't go through, the Lyrilisc anti-air splash damage change, the Sicrilisk acid breath change, the Vithrilisc adjustment. Those are 3 things that I'm going to do later on. I hope to be able to do them like tomorrow during tomorrow's stream and stuff. We'll see. We'll see about that. But I think that will actually do it for the stream. I know normally I go for a little bit longer. But as of right now, I think I'm probably about streamed out for the time being. Like, I could probably work on some of those changes to the units or whatever, but I think I'll save that for tomorrow. Tomorrow we'll do a bunch of bug fixes that were like miscellaneous reports over vacation that I didn't get to yet. And but before we do that, we'll do the Zerg unit adjustments so that Lyrilisks are more anti-air, Sikralisks are like a bit more brawly and fast-moving, Vithralisks are just a little bit more... I think we're going to try to make it so that the Vithralisks are a bit more debuff-oriented. I'm not entirely sure. That one is going to require some thinking. And maybe we'll take a look at any other units that we might want to adjust. The Calcure Lake being one of them. But get some games in, guys. Get some replays to me, because I'll be starting off tomorrow's stream by casting some matches. So I look forward to doing that. Oh yes, that's right. Sorry, I'll wait for 30 seconds here, because if you want to donate, you can donate right now, $41, so that we meet the $50 a day goal. Alexander did 66 last time. Well, let's think about this, guys. Let's think about this, because I might be fraudulent. If we think about it from the perspective of... This is just the Twitch stats, by the way. So we start at 50, and then we minus 16 from the 66 that Alexander gave us, and then we minus 9 from the 9 that he gave us today. Then we're at 25. So we actually only need $25, believe it or not. That's kind of big brain, right? Oh, I see. There's different tipping options that you can do. Oh, I see. There's that random condition for when the dimension sound gets played. I really got to turn the sound volume on that one down. That was wild. Someone pay this man $25. See, that's a lot easier. Settings.layout field? I don't even know what that is. It wasn't required when I started. What? Oh, I see. Sure. Yeah, not that well off. If it's at least 30, then it's G Fuel. That's a pretty good one. So then I play the chimp out sound. Got him, Shambler. Got him. This is a little bit outrageous. That was wild. An old era, a different era. All right. That's better. A less professional era. Yeah, that's true. All right. That's not at all what I thought I was doing, but I'm kind of glad that I found that so that I don't get annihilated earlier. Where's my all widgets? Tip goal. So this is actually what I have to do. I have to, like, end the goal and then do a new one. And then say it's 50 and the starting amount is 25. And then I have to say that it ends Thursday. And then we got something. That's how you edit this, by the way. You can't just be like, hey, somebody donated in a funny way. Let me just update that real quick. So, I don't know, man. But hey, we got halfway there. I think that's what matters. Chrono sound? Did I? I think that's you, buddy. That's right, we're halfway there. Is Zerg ready yet? Yeah, I posted it just earlier. Zerg is all set, dude. Get your games in now before the Calcure Lake gets nerfed. I look forward to seeing you guys get some matches in. Thanks again, Alexander, for sending in the donations yesterday and today. Big man, big man. All we need is like, what? All we need is like 5 people like Alexander who can donate $10 every day. Not that Alexander can do $10 every day. But the point is, if that was a thing, then that's all we would need. Pretty good. Pretty good. All right, I will catch you guys later. Good stream. We managed to get everything I wanted to get done today. And, well, like, we got to do some more unit stuff or whatever. We'll do that later. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. Appreciate all the support and the help and the chat messages. The hype around the casts. It was good stuff. I will catch you guys tomorrow, where we'll try to fill that goal more than halfway, and we'll get some more bugs and other such fixes. We'll get plenty of casting done as well. I'll see you guys then. Peace.